Stand up. We're having a dance party. Let's go. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Oh my God, we have so many incredible humans here. Welcome. Okay, we have Marita from Poland. Julie. Hi, Julie. Good to see you. Hi, Galia. Courtney. Leela. Erin. Adaria. Brittany. Diane. Allie. Alice. Who else? Annie, Victoria. Oh my gosh. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Okay, we have Emily coming in. All right. So, welcome. We're here. Yes, let me know where you guys are tuning in from. We have Julie from Michigan. I know one of you guys is from Poland. There's people from like all around the world, Italy, Australia. Oregon, Ancaster. Emily, I'm so happy you're here. Andrew and I are so happy you're here. Tuning in from Toronto. All right, let me know where you guys are tuning in from. And cameras on. Let's see your beautiful faces. I want you guys here. I want you guys present. Ottawa, the UK, amazing. Virginia, so good. Okay, cameras on. You guys are showing up powerfully for yourself today. How many of you guys are committed to showing up powerfully for yourself today? Drop yes in the chat box. Drop yes in the chat box. Yes, Emily is stoked. Yes, Courtney, Leela, Brittany. Yes, 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 yes. Amazing. And I'm also tracking who's here live because we're going to be doing a giveaway and I'll get to that in a second. So who said have a dance party before talking? Now I'm like out of breath. So how this 4-hour experience is going to work, we're going to kick off with a really powerful meditation visualization to really just get you guys fired up and visualizing the woman that you know that you're meant to be. I want you guys to bridge the gap and make it feel like it's closer. I don't want you to think like, oh, the version of myself who's confident, who's worthy, who's good enough is like so far in the distance. I want you guys to actually start to feel like I'm her. Like I'm this powerful, unstoppable badass. We're going to bring it so much closer to you guys today. We're going to do a training session. We're going to bring on our special guest. How many of you guys know who the special guest is? Can you guess? Do you guys know who the special guest is? Let me know if you know who the special guest is. Drop it in the chat box. We have our special guest, Mr. Bean. Yes, if you've been here for a hot minute, you know it's Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean will be joining us. Sarah, oh my God, Victoria, how did you know? Victoria, how did you? We have some other special guests that some of you guys might not know. So stay tuned for the end because it's somebody outside of Andrew. Now that threw you guys for a loop. So we will have a special guest come up, multiple special guests, and we're going to be talking about how to be the woman that says yes to yourself. Okay. So how to say yes to yourself. We're going to do a badass workout session. And then there's going to be a Q&A with Mr. Bean and I. So even right now, as we are going through the meditation, the visualization, and then I deliver the training, if there's a specific question that you're like dying to want to ask, just have it ready, because when the Q&A comes a little bit later, I'm going to ask you guys to drop it in the chat. We can't promise we're going to answer everybody's question, but if you have something that you feel would benefit the entire group, we're going to choose those. So you can, when we're ready for the time of the Q&A, you can drop it in the chat. So if anything is coming up for you before the Q&A, have your question ready to go. So that when it's the Q&A time, you just paste it in the chat and then we'll see your questions. Okay. So we're going to do meditation, visualization, the training. We're going to do the badass workout session. And then at the end, there's going to be some special guests that you guys probably don't know yet. And there's going to be a really powerful invitation at the end that won't be for everybody, but will be for a few select individuals. And then we're going to do a giveaway. How many of you guys know what the giveaway is? We're giving away a ticket to the Unstoppable Badass event. Who's excited about that? We're giving away 2 months inside of Conquer. I've never done this in my entire life. So there's going to be a giveaway. The way that you guys enter, 1 point, you're here. I have a notebook. I'm going to be tracking who's here live. So to enter the giveaway, attending live, 1 point. Registering, 1 point. If you invite someone to this experience, even if they don't show up today, you can send them the link to register and let me know what their name is, and I will mark it down and you will get an extra point. Some of you guys already messaged me who you've invited, friends, family members, coworkers. Just send me a message with their name and then I will mark you down for the giveaway. Okay. So again, to recap, showing up live, 1 point. Registering, 1 point. Inviting a friend, family member, coworker, someone else in your network, invite them, send them the link to register. It was in the email. I'll send it again. And just let me know what their name is so I can mark that down and you will get an extra point. Okay. The last thing before we move into the visualization meditation, if there is a breakthrough, if there's an aha moment, you're like, whoa, I just realized this, or I love the meditation, or that point in the training was so valuable, send me a message on my Instagram at Lorna_binge eating coach. Send me a message or wherever we're connected. Let me know what your biggest takeaway is, because that will also be a point. So take note. Literally just send me a message and you can be eligible to win a ticket to the event or 2 months inside of my signature program, Conquer. Okay. Is that easy enough? Is that easy enough? Are you guys excited? I want to see the little bean. Yes. So we have 4 hours together. We're going to kick it off right away into the visualization meditation. I cannot promise that I'm going to stick to the itinerary. I don't like structure. We have Mr. Bean, who's this logical guy, and he's like, we need to know the details and the times and the 145. So I will, I'm shocked. I like structure in certain areas, but I'm like, I can talk about this for days. He's like, well, we only have so many hours. I'm asking Andrew to block off his entire day, and his time is valuable. Your time is valuable. We also have a 5-month-old. So we do want to be mindful of our time, your time as well, too. So we'll try to stick to it, but I can't promise that I will. Okay. We'll do our very best. But I want to deliver so much to you guys. I know that you guys have babysitters. It's 3 a.m. for some of you guys. So we're going to get right into it. Okay. Okay. So we're going to kick off with the meditation, the visualization. So if you want to stay seated, if you want to lay down, I want you to take 2 minutes. I want you to get comfortable in a place where you feel safe, where you feel calm, where you feel grounded. And then we're going to begin it. Okay. So I'll give you guys a minute here before we kick things off. I'm going to get some music going as well, too. Okay. So before I start the music, just confirming you guys can hear me. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. All righty. Some of you guys are grabbing blankets and laying down. I love it. Okay. So just take a moment to either be seated or you can lay down. And again, just confirming with the music and my voice, everything is clear. If you can just give me a thumbs up before we begin. Okay, amazing. Okay, take a moment to get really comfortable. This session is on expanding your mind. Not just believe that you can be the person who says yes to yourself. Know that you are her. Turn inwards. Connect to your breath. Connect to your body. The truth of who you are. If you're seated, you can feel your feet rooted on the floor. Your bones rooted firmly onto the chair. Your back fully supported. Relaxing your shoulders. Relaxing the muscles of your face. Take a big deep breath in through your nose. Let it out through your mouth. One more time, in through the nose. Let it out through the mouth. I want you to feel a sense of coming home to yourself. Because when you say yes to yourself, yes to your heart's desires, feel at home within yourself. I want you to repeat in your mind, I am the person who says yes to myself. I am the person who says yes to myself. Yes to the body that feels like home. Yes to the body I take such good care of. Yes to the body I am proud to present to the world because of how well I take care of myself. Yes to the relationships that make me feel like I belong. Yes to the relationships that make me feel so seen, so special. Yes to relationships where I can be vulnerable I feel safe, and I openly express my emotion. Yes to being the healthiest I've ever been. Yes to waking up feeling like the Energizer Bunny. Yes to nourishing my body with plenty of whole food and honor my cravings with ease. I am the woman who says yes to herself, yes to what I need, yes to what I desire, and yes to what feels right in my body. I am more than enough. I am loved. I am worthy, exactly as I am. Every day, I wake up full of abundance, gratitude, and joy for the life that I'm living. I have everything inside me right now to live out the most amazing, fulfilling, unstoppable, badass life that I deserve. I have what it takes. There's nothing holding me back. I'm already living a badass life. I'm already living out the confident, healthy, happy, fulfilled, abundant life that I deserve. I am whole and I'm complete. There is nothing that I lack. I have everything I need to be successful and to feel unstoppable. I am more than enough. I am integral with my word. And every day, I'm committed to taking inspired action. I push myself out of my comfort zone and I show myself who I really am and what I'm truly capable of. And I'm amazed at how brave and courageous I can be. How much I can change the way that I think, the way that I behave, the way that I live my life. And I am proud of how I show up for myself and my family every single day. I am the creator of my life. I have full control over the thoughts that I choose every day. And I choose thoughts that align with this badass woman who says yes to herself and the desires of her heart. Every thought helps me form the reality that I want. There may have been a time where I lacked confidence. I didn't believe in myself. I doubted myself. I said yes to others, which meant saying no to myself. I let fear get in the way. And that version of me ends today. in this very moment. I want you to make a decision. Not someday, not later, but right now. That you are done abandoning yourself. You're done saying yes to everyone else, everything else, when what you really need is you. This is the moment you start choosing yourself. I am the woman who says yes to herself. Yes to speaking up. Yes to communicating my needs. Yes to leaving when something doesn't feel right. Yes to being present. Yes to living my life. Yes to opportunities that come my way, no matter how scared I feel. Everything I desire flows to me in abundance. Everything I desire is already mine. I am worthy. I am so worthy. And there's nothing I need to do. No one I need to be. I belong here with all these other badasses who see me for who I really am. And I choose to surround myself with other badasses who also say yes to themselves. I am in momentum. I feel good. And I value myself enough to always choose me. Take a deep breath in. Let it out on the exhale. One more time, deep breath in. Letting it out. Now I want you to visualize a younger version of yourself. Maybe she's 4, 5, 6 years old. And just see her clearly. What is she wearing? What is she doing? What does her face look like? Notice her energy, her joy, her freedom, her innocence. And now just slowly begin in your mind's eye to walk towards her as your current self. And she looks up at you, a little curious, a little unsure. You gently reach out your hand, and she grabs your hand. And as you hold her, you soften, and she softens. She feels safe with you. She lets out an exhale breath. There's a little bit of a bigger smile on her face. want you to ask her, how can I love you more? No thinking, no forcing, just listen. How can I love you more? That's it, just noticing what is coming up for you. Be here, feel everything that's coming up for you. Or maybe nothing at all. And I want you to ask her, what do you need right now? What do you need right now? Just listen. Be taking a breath if you need. That's it. Beautiful. Whatever comes up, this is your truth. And I want you to realize something. That the voice that you just heard, that need, that truth, that's the same voice that speaks to you today. Every time you feel the urge to disconnect, to say no to yourself, to say no to the desires of your heart, to not believe in yourself, to say, I can't, that can't be me. That's the little 6-year-old asking to be chosen. Asking for you to love her enough to say yes. She's asking for you to believe in yourself. Because what you're really doing is believing in that 6-year-old. That little girl never needed to change to be loved. She just needed to be seen, loved, and chosen. And today, you become the woman who chooses her. Who chooses to say yes. Yes to me. Because I'm worthy and deserving of having it all. Now I want you to visualize yourself living as the version of you who says yes. How do you wake up in the morning? How do you move your body? How do you speak to yourself? See yourself going through your day, being present, laughing, being in a body you feel so good in, stepping out of your comfort zone, laying down at the end of the day, so damn proud of yourself. Chasing your dreams, being around other badasses who are going for it. You feel joy, confident, certain in who you are. You love this version of you. It's glowing, radiating, and happy. I feel so seen here. I feel so loved here. And maybe for the first time, I truly feel like I belong. Let that land. Now just bringing forward in your mind one thing that you have been avoiding. One thing you know, the version of yourself that you're becoming would say yes to. Maybe it's setting a boundary, sending the message, excelling in your business, your career, speaking up for yourself. You know what it is. Let it come to you. I want you to see yourself doing it. Not perfectly, not confidently, but doing it anyways. Feel that version of you that says, I'm scared, but I'm doing it anyways. Right now, I want you to make that decision. Right here, right now. That I am doing this today. Because every time I don't, I reinforce the version of me who abandons herself for comfort. And that is no longer who I am. I am doing this today. Not later. Not when I feel ready. But today. Take a deep breath in and lock that in. Let it out. That's it. Anchor this in moment for yourself. This is who I am now. I create the joy in my life. I respect myself. I choose myself. Not sometimes. Not when it's easy. Especially when it's uncomfortable. I choose myself again and again. I am the creator of my life. I am the creator of my thoughts. And today I choose to say yes to myself, yes to continued growth, yes to the desires of my heart, yes to showing myself what I'm truly capable of. I say yes to living a heck yes life. And when it feels scary, that's your sign. That's a green light. That's your opportunity to step into her. The feeling that you used to run from is now the exact place that you lean in, because that's where your next level is. And when you leave this space, you don't go back to your old life. You move differently. You speak differently. Choose differently. Because you are different. Take a deep breath in. Slowly exhaling out through the mouth. One more time. Biggest deep breath in. Letting it out. And just taking a moment to hear the words of this song. Letting it all be anchored in.
Saturday, I walk away, season changing. Now you know it's over. You better know it's over. I couldn't say, I couldn't make you understand it. I finally got my closure. Thank you for my closure. But did you really ever know me? 'Cause I thought that you would be the one to see I am worthy. Hear me, look in my eyes. I am burning, turning, smoke into fire. No, I won't stop moving, can't compromise. I am worthy. I am worthy. In another life, you would define my purpose by what you're thinking. But now I'm thinking that it's time to realize that all that matters is that I know who I am, and now I know who I am. I am worthy. Hear me, look in my eyes. I am burning, turning, smoke into fire. No, I won't stop moving, can't compromise. I am worthy. I am worthy. But did you really ever know 'cause I am worthy. I am worthy.
Slowly beginning to open up your eyes, gently reorienting yourself back into the space. Just taking a moment to look around, look at your surroundings, bring yourself back here. And I want you to write in the chat box one word to describe how you feel. There's no right, there's no wrong. It's not looking at the person in front of you. What did they say? In your mind, in your heart, in your truth, how do you feel? Calm, emotional, yeah. Ready, clear, calm, empowered, grounded. Changing, emotional, thoughtful, present, relaxed. It's all beautiful. It's all perfect. However you feel is how you feel. Good, calm, connected. And I want you to remember that phrase. How you feel is how you feel. When you go out into the real world and you feel emotional or you feel ready, you feel like I'm ready to take off, I'm ready to change my life. How you feel is how you feel. Nobody can ever make you wrong for how you feel. So, with that being said, we're going to get into the training session. And I want you guys to be fully present inside of the chat box. If something is landing for you, let me know. If something is a breakthrough moment, drop it in the chat. The more in it you are in this experience, you're on camera, you're in the chat box, the better it is for you. Okay? So, are we ready? Are we ready to dive into the training after that? Okay. I feel like that was very serious. Now we're getting into the good stuff. We have our special guest on as well, too, that we're going to be bringing up as well. Okay. So as I go through this training, there's going to be a lot. And I want you to have an extremely open mind. I want you to pay attention as when I'm speaking about possibility, about opportunities that are here for you. I want you to pay attention to where your mind goes. When I talk about being this badass who's unstoppable, who has it all, who lives a heck yes life that feels like magic every single day, I want you to pay attention. Where does your mind automatically go? Oh, but that's not possible for me. Oh, but my situation is different. Oh, but I don't believe I'm good enough yet. Oh, but maybe one day I'll be worthy. Maybe one day I'll be confident. I want you to let that go. And today I want you to be open. I want you to be open to exploring different thoughts in your mind because it's so easy to stay stuck in the thought patterns that we are thinking on a day-to-day basis. To say, that's not going to be me. Oh, but my story is different. Your past did not happen to you. It happened for you. So you get to use that as fuel to create the life that you know that you're meant to live, regardless of the past 5 years, 10 years. I spent 10 years of my life binge eating in my head, overthinking, thinking I wasn't good enough. And I would look at other people and think, well, that must be nice to feel worthy and good and confident and to go after it, to have the body, to have the health, to have the relationships. But I'll be over here second guessing myself and thinking my intuition is broken and asking 5 other people for advice before I actually just make a decision. Until I realized that the biggest self-sabotage was me. I was in my own way. So the stories that you tell yourself can be the biggest block to your breakthrough. So watch where your mind goes as I'm going through this training. What are the thoughts? Because you're here to change those thoughts. You're here to catch those thoughts and say, wait, that's not the unstoppable badass version of me. This is the old tape that's replaying over and over and over again. You're here, and you're ready to say yes to yourself. Drop yes in the chat if you're like, yes, I'm ready for a new story. I'm ready for new thoughts. I'm ready to step into this powerful new identity. Yes. So be open, because the people that are willing to try on a new identity, a new way of seeing themselves, will always succeed and will always break through. So the first thing, which is so key to being the person who says yes to yourself, is you need to shift your identity from how you're currently seeing yourself. What is your current identity? How do you currently see yourself? And if anything is popping up in your mind right now, drop it in the chat. What is your current identity? Well, I'm not good enough. I'm inconsistent. I self-sabotage. I can't trust myself. Oh, I overthink. I'm not confident. I'm shy. What is your current identity? How do you currently see yourself? We have to shift the way that you're currently seeing yourself to, I am this badass who is ambitious, driven, committed, dedicated, successful, sure of herself. It's who I am. And that can't be taken away from me, not because I need to prove it, not because I earned it, because it's who I decide to be. The way that you see yourself matters. You create your reality. You are the creator of your life. Your thoughts that you think matter. People pleaser, overthinker. I overthink. I'm the fit one. I have a bad relationship with food. Overthinker, unsure, not worthy, people pleasing, unsuccessful. I think I can't do it. Recovering perfectionist. Your thoughts shape your identity, and your identity drives your behaviors and your actions. So when you see yourself as, I'm an overthinker, the next time you have to go and make a decision, even when you know it is the right decision, it feels right. It feels like I'm in alignment with this decision. Your body is like, yes, yes, this feels good. I want to do this. You still take days, weeks, months to make a decision. And it's not because you're confused. It's because you've decided this is who I am. You say I'm an overthinker. You say I'm not confident. You say I'm not good enough. So when an opportunity is presented to you, it's like there's a little bit of like this hesitation. You doubt, you pull back. Maybe you let opportunities slip away. And you tell yourself, we've all been there, right? Like, one day I'll be confident enough. One day I'll trust myself. One day I won't be this perfectionist. One day I'll be sure of myself. One day I will, be confident in my decisions, and I'll feel super worthy. And this is where people get stuck. You're waiting to feel confident before saying yes. You're waiting to stop overthinking before you trust yourself. You're waiting to feel ready before you move. But it doesn't work like that. Confidence, being sure of yourself, being worthy, feeling good enough. It doesn't come first. The decision does. You don't become confident and then act. You act. And then that's what actually builds the confidence, the sureness, the certainty in who you are. You don't stop being an overthinker and then decide. You decide, and that's how you actually prepare yourself and say, like, that is not who I am anymore. You have to be her first. You have to say yes first. You have to move first. You have to decide first. Your thoughts impact your identity. Your identity drives your behaviors, your actions, and then your actions creates your results and the life that you're living. So what if you tried on, everyone wrote down how you're currently seeing yourself. And I like to say, like, what pair of glasses are you wearing, right? What if you put on another pair of glasses? What if you tried to see yourself in a new way? Not, I am completely confident and I am completely certain. Not, I trust myself when you don't. But can you say that I am in the process of becoming someone who trusts herself? I'm becoming somebody who's sure of herself, who's certain, who's worthy. I'm becoming someone who says yes to herself. Because what's true? You're already in this process. You're here. You showed up. You're doing the work. That's proof. Your brain will constantly look for evidence to prove who you say you are is true. So when you keep on saying to yourself, I overthink, I'm a people pleaser, I'm a perfectionist, I'm not sure, your brain goes, here you go. Here's 10 reasons why that is true. When you say, I'm not confident, the next time you fumble your words, the time that you held yourself back, the time that you second guess yourself, it's like you're building a case. It's like, aha, see, I told you. I told you I am not that. I am this person. Told you. I'm shy and I'm awkward and I'm not sure of myself and I'm a people pleaser. Oh my gosh, my neighbor came over and she asked me to do this thing and I already have so many things that I'm so overwhelmed already. And I said, yes, see, there you go. See, I'm just this people pleaser. But here's the shift. Just like you've built a case, or I like to call like a stack of evidence for how your current identity and how you're currently seeing yourself is true, you can also build a case for a new identity. So right now, however you see yourself, that is not who you are. Say, this isn't who I am in the chat. Declare it. This isn't who I am. Drop it in the chat. This isn't who I am. This is just the version of yourself that you have been practicing. It's not who you are. It's conditioning. This is who I've been practicing. It's not who I actually am. But now, if this isn't who you are, who are you? Do you know who you are? You are this person who cares deeply. You are somebody who is driven, who's committed, who's loving, who is certain, who is ambitious. That version of you already exists. You just don't see her yet. And you can shift the way that you're seeing yourself, but most people won't. And this has nothing to do with capability. This has nothing to do with, am I wise enough? Am I smart enough? There's two reasons that most people won't shift into a different identity. First is fear. And second, it requires you to be brave. So drop number one, fear in the chat box. Drop fear in the chat box. We're going to break this down. Fear. The first part of fear is an addiction to your current reality. You have an addiction to this current identity. But I've always been this way. But this is who I am. I've been this way for many years. Everyone tells me I'm this people pleaser. Everybody tells me I'm this perfectionist. That's a story. And it's a story because you can shift it. And you can shift in two ways. Number one, you can see yourself differently, right? You can see yourself differently and then take actions in alignment with that person. Or you can take different action and automatically start seeing yourself differently. Both work. But either way, you have to move. So I want to make this real for a second. You can even close your eyes for just a moment. And I want you to think about the version of yourself that you want to step into, this new identity. She's confident, certain. She trusts herself. She says yes to herself. Ask yourself, how does she move? What does she say yes to? What does she stop tolerating? Who is she around? Who does she surround herself with? What does that look like? Visualize. The woman, the badass, unstoppable woman that you are ready to step into, this a new identity that you're ready to claim, confident, certain. She trusts herself. She says yes to herself. What are those moves? What are those actions? What does she say no to? What does she say yes to? But most importantly, what does she also say no to? Who is she around? What does her community look like? You can open your eyes if they're closed. Most people might see this version or want to be this version. But again, there's an addiction to this current identity. But I'm shy, but I'm awkward, but I can't trust myself. These are stories. Say in the chat box, story. Drop it in the chat to claim. That's a story I'm telling myself. It's not who I am. It might be true that you don't feel sure of yourself. It might be true that you don't feel confident, but it doesn't mean that you aren't a confident, certain person. It just means that you haven't practiced it enough. And if you keep choosing that story, you'll keep getting the same life. But I can't. But I can't. Is it really that you can't? Or is it that you haven't found a way yet? Because the person that says, I can't do this, I'm not certain of myself, I'm not confident, can be the exact same person who turns around and makes it happen. One person says, I can't. The second something feels inconvenient, the second something feels uncomfortable, and they're out. I can't make time. I can't make this work. I can't do this. I can't be this person. I can't. The moment that thought pops up in their mind, I can't be certain of myself. I can't be worthy. I can't be deserving. I can't be this person who's no longer a perfectionist. And you shut down before you even look at what's possible, before you even explore another option. You put on another pair of glasses that allows you to see yourself differently, to ask a better question. Somebody who has the exact same or very similar circumstances as you, the same fears as you, the same doubts as you, the same initial thoughts if I can't be her. The same person with a busy schedule, with kids, with nerves, with fears, with I'm going to shit my pants, asks a different question. Instead of I can't be her. She says, how can I be her? How can I make this work? Can I move things around? Can I ask for support? Can I change my thoughts? Oh, that thought popped up in my head. I've been thinking this thought for many years and it's honestly not serving me. It's so self-sabotaging. So I'm going to think this thought instead. When you ask a different question, you get a different life. When you see yourself as valuable, everything is possible. Everything is figure-outable. Everything is figure-outable. I can't be her. But I'm different. But I'm this exception. That's a story, and it protects you from discomfort. We cannot create this exceptional life and step into this powerful, unstoppable, badass version of ourselves by avoiding the very thing that you know you need. And here's the thing. Someone who's unstoppable, actually somebody on this call shared this with me. And, I said, what when you think about being unstoppable, like what comes to your mind? And she said, I can't be stopped. So, what is stopping you right now from being that person by shifting that identity that you all wrote down in the chat box? A badass woman does not say, I can't, and then just leave it there. I can't. She asks, how can I make it work? Before deciding I can't, have you looked at all other possibilities, all other options, all other thoughts that you can be thinking instead? It's not that more people or she's more capable than you. It's I am available to feel a little bit uncomfortable. I'm available to explore my options. I'm available for new thoughts to flow into my mind. I'm available for reframing the thoughts that I think and not just grabbing onto it. Okay, I had this thought this morning that I can't do that. I can't be her. I'm not confident. Instead of just letting that be your story, I look for all other possibilities. But what if I thought this thought instead? But what if I could be this person? The real question is what identity, and I want you to think about this, what identity, what story are you addicted to? The one that keeps you safe? Or is it the one that actually moves your life forward? Fear will be there. Shifting your identity, letting go of the people pleasing, I'm unsure, perfections, all of that, shifting your identity, there's going to be fear. It requires you to step out of your comfort zone. There is going to be discomfort. And it would be easier to pull back and say, I'm just an overthinker. It's fine. I know I hate how long it takes me to decide. Yeah, I second guess all the time and I'm a little bit wobbly in my decisions. But a part of you is still choosing it because it feels safe. It gives you this false illusion that you're in control because it's like, I'm choosing it because it's part of your identity. But you can shift. You can change. So what story are you holding on to that's keeping you stuck? And most importantly, who are you ready to become instead? We're going to bring on our special guest to continue this training.
Yeah. There's so much that you shared, which was really good. And I just want to reinforce the aspect of identity. Even just looking at the word, and I'm actually going to drop this in the chat there. First of all, for those of you who haven't met me, hello. We're going to go and dive really deep into some of these exciting things. For those of you who have, yeah, I'm Mr. Bean. That's it. Welcome to our very, very lovely episode where you get both Mr. and Mrs. Bean. But I want to jump into the chat here, the word identity. And if you've noticed, I've left a space in between ID entity, and that's effectively what it is. Great example. How many of you have a card like this? An ID that is in your wallet, something that dictates who you are. If you were to pull your IDs right now, maybe you were to pull multiple of them from your wallets, you would probably notice that some of them are very outdated. Some of them have different photos. Some of them are very fresh. Some of them you don't like the way that they look, especially my picture specifically. And when you look at this identity, you are reminded of the past and the things that you were and the things that got you there. And then you also remind yourself of the future, the things that you need to update and you need to revise. I think when we look at our identity, there is a subconscious objection that we all experience. And it's the identity that got me to the life I am, the life which I love, a lot of great pieces of this. Maybe you love your relationships. Maybe you love your job, your career. You have a lot of great things going for you for your life right now. That is the very identity that we are trying to break down and transform from. And so the subconscious challenge for everyone approaching identity is this identity was the very version that used to keep you safe. It was the one that made sure it protected you when things felt uncomfortable. This is the very identity that you built all of your habits that allowed you to build the lifestyle that you have right now. So it almost feels counterproductive to then throw that thing away. And you say to yourself, well, this was the person that I chose in the past. So am I wrong for choosing this old identity? Was it bad for me to choose the person that I'm now looking to change from? No, because you don't know what you don't know. And that identity was the very thing you needed to get you into this space right now. But like Lorna said, you are choosing differently now. You're choosing to lean into the discomfort instead of avoiding it. You're choosing now new actions that are going to align with the woman that you want to become, not the one that you've been proving yourself to be. Because nothing changes unless you choose differently. And today you are. When it comes to choosing differently, and I had this conversation with Lorna, one of the toughest parts is going from this aspect of I'm going to choose to I trust myself. Like most of you have already decided that you want to shift your identity. You've already stated a new declaration of your highest self, but you have a heck of a hard time trusting yourself to actually believe that you can get there. And I think there's a very large gap between I trust I'm going to become this person or the back end of that, which is like I'm working really hard and I can possibly see this person in the future. How do we cover that separation and the gap? And here's where you have to look at it a little bit differently. Maybe you don't have trust in yourself right now, not fully, not 100%. The truth is, you are becoming someone who can. Because we don't have a full level of trust in ourselves, this is where we have to take a step back and we have to create evidence in micro moments, all of the micro yeses, all of the micro pivots, all of the small change in habits, looking at this old ID and in that moment saying to yourself, well, there are parts of this ID that I want to keep. And there are also parts of this ID that I know has to go. And in leaving that, it's going to leave room for something new, for something exciting, for something better than what I'm experiencing right now. Everything about changing an identity is about understanding that we are going from good to great. We're not backtracking. It's actually impossible to backtrack, especially when you have a community as powerful as this. But taking a look at this and saying, how can I become even better than the version I am right now? And this is where you have to look and say, I'm becoming someone who can. And trust starts in very, very small decisions. If you're not used to saying no to others, it might be at first telling those people not right now. If you're not used to saying yes to yourself, it might say, well, maybe I'm going to go and block something, even if it's for just 15 minutes. I'm going to say yes to myself 15 minutes at a time before I can go and declare an entire day. It's still progress. And all the changes that we're making, we are actually stacking on top of each other. And there's a really important part that I wanted to share with you, ladies. And it's this aspect of when we change our identity, we need to separate identity, as in who we are, from behavior. Because identity and behavior are two separate things. And most people collapse them into one. Identity is a title, it's a state, it's a position, it's a declaration of a change in energy. Behavior is more the logical, the habits, the steps, the routines, the things that you're doing that are going to dictate what this identity transforms into. So a great example, and there's again, some of you have this title, some of you don't. Some people on the call have the title of mom. Some people on the call have the title of partner. Some of them might have the title of manager at work. These are all technically identities. Every time we put a label on something, we are adopting an identity, whether it's permanent or whether it's temporary. But behaviors are all of the things inside that identity that actually make that identity work. Like in order for you to be a mom, you probably have to take care of kids. That's a habit and a behavior, and you have to be a responsible parent. That's a habit and a behavior, and you have to instill discipline upon your children. habit and behavior, which means that you have to wake up at certain times, you have to have certain schedules and routines, you have to show up differently in order to make that identity work. And this is where people tend to get stuck for years because they will declare a new identity, but then the behavior doesn't match who you want to be. So then your brain's like, well, this isn't making a lot of sense. You're declaring that you're this unstoppable badass woman, but your habits, the routines, the schedule, and the way that you're showing up for yourself every day doesn't match. It actually matches your old identity. So if your brain can't say 1 + 1 = 2, then it's going to say, well, this is not true. So instead of saying little things like, hey, that wasn't a behavior that doesn't align, usually when we do something that our old self used to do, we end up feeling defeated and we just say, hey, that's who I am. And this is how you get stuck in identities that are old and patterns that repeat, where instead of looking at a behavior and saying, oh, maybe I need to change the habits and the processes around this identity, you just declare like, I'm the one who always fails at relationships. I'm the one who stops and starts her workouts. I'm the one who gives up on her boundaries. I'm the girl that can't be trusted at the office. Little things like that is where identity and behavior get fused. And what happens is every mistake, every repetition of those habits feels like proof that you can't change. So one night or one day of missing the mark doesn't just feel like, oh, okay, like I was off today, I just have to adjust tomorrow. It ends up feeling like, oh, see, I knew it. I knew I was going to be this person. I knew I couldn't trust myself. And that right there, that is what keeps the cycle alive. Because what you're doing is you're actually attacking yourself like that. That's how the brain goes into a stress response. And when you stress, you don't make better decisions. Ladies, you go back to what's familiar. You go back to what's easy. You go back to what regulates you quickly, even, even if the thing that regulates you is the very thing you're trying to change. So I want you to consider that you are not stuck in your old identity. I'd like you to consider that you're attached to the pattern, attached to the relief it gives you, attached to the identity and the habits of that identity that comes with it, even if you're starting to hate it. How does it make you feel? Now, going through this process, you're going to notice that as you start to actually shift some of these behaviors, you are going to start to show up as that different person. And this is where I really want you to think and recognize, what if the behaviors you don't like? What if it isn't a definition of who you are? What if it's just information? What if every time you didn't get the workout in, every time you fell back on one of the boundaries that you declared, what if every time you said, oh, I'm going to say that thing at work and then you just skipped over it? What if it wasn't an indicator of failure at all? What if it was just feedback? What if it's showing you where you're overwhelmed, where you're disconnected, where you're not meeting your needs? Because that changes everything. Because now, when you look at it that way, we're not working on trying to fix you, because there's actually nothing wrong with the identity you have now. We're working on understanding you. And when you can separate those two things, identity and behavior, who you are versus what you did, that's when you create space. Space is where we have the ability and the capability to create new identities. We need space to reflect. We need space to choose differently. We need space to actually change. And the best part about that is now you're not rebuilding a new identity from shame or guilt. You're building it from a state of awareness. A great mentor and a friend of mine saying everything that starts from a form of lack or a form of guilt just continues to magnify. And this is really, if you're going to do all this work, if you were to think of your identity and your human state like a garden, you're doing all this work, weeding and pruning and clearing out everything. And then all of a sudden you clean up the soil and the first thing you do is plant a weed to grow as an identity. That's crazy. And I'm not saying that every piece that you're planting in is going to grow up into something you don't want, but we also have to be very conscious as to where that's coming from. And that's why the identity and where we rebuild it from matters so much. Because if behavior is separate from your identity, that's when you're free to choose again. Now, when we clear that out, there's a really important thing that I was sharing with Lorna, which I think is key to identity. Identity change requires discomfort. People are under the impression that comfort is good and that familiar means they're aligned. If I feel comfort in this moment, it must mean it's right. And if it feels familiar, like, oh, like this is what it should feel like, my new identity, that they're like, okay, it's totally in alignment. Some of the greatest changes in my life, in Lorna's life, and some of our friends and family member was when they felt the most uncomfortable and when it felt like it was absolutely foreign. And this is where growth exists and lives in the land of uncertainty. You don't know what's coming next for you. If you did, that's not technically growth. You're just kind of shifting sideways. And when we look at growing our identity, I like to use the example of a tree. A tree grows in two directions exactly at the same time. The higher and the taller and the bigger a tree grows, the deeper and the further and the wider roots have to spread. There's the known, what you see, aka the top of the tree, but there's also the unknown, what you don't see and what grows in the background. And there's a level of uncomfortability with that. How far will these roots grow? How far can I go before I hit a rock or before I have to shift and through an obstacle or over something else? What if I don't have the space to grow anymore with the people or the places around me? But this is where things start to get uncomfortable. And notice if you were to take a look into your life, there's probably certain situations where you were like, oh man, I went through 3 or 4 months of real challenging uncomfortability. And then there was a breakthrough and I just took off. And there was this ease and everything was all aligned and there was a sense of self and it was all connected. That is literally the definition of comfort and good not equaling the same thing. That was what was best for you in that moment. But the key in order to get past the uncomfortability and to get past the familiar is you have to have confidence. And when we're looking at being confident, people say, well, I want to build the confidence and then do the thing. Confidence is a result, it's not a prerequisite. So I'll give you a great example with this. Some of you on this call know that I am a huge nerd. I'm a geek. So I went to a Comic-Con Expo with my brother, and going there, the expo is not a place for health and fitness. Like this is where nerds go. It's Cheetos, it's Doritoville, bunch of nerdy exhibits. You're getting hot dogs, like all that type of stuff. And if you love that stuff, great. There's no issue. But there was one booth that happened to be a fitness challenge. And the fitness challenge was very hard because it was actually being run by the army and everyone was shying away from it. And here these two guys were just trying to do something fun at a fitness expo and they worked for the army and nobody was doing it. In the moment, I was walking up and I was like, oh man, if I go and I take this on in front of the entire expo, I'm going to embarrass the living shit out of myself. I don't know if I meet army standards. And there was a vest that was there. And I was like, do I have to wear the vest? I had so many questions. And as the questions were coming to my mind, I just made the decision to start speed up my walking. My brother's like, what are you doing? And I went straight to him and I said, let's start. He's putting on the vest. And as he's putting the vest on me, I go, what are the rules? And he's explaining the rules as they're going along. I gave myself the ability to start before I said, let me see if in fact I can do this. And so by the time he had the vest on, the rules were explained. He goes, ready, we're starting in 5 seconds. The clock is running. And so I did it. And in going through that, what if people are looking? How is this going to affect me? Am I going to succeed? I just did it. I did it to the best of my ability. And the relief and the confidence I got afterwards was the reward for me doing the hard thing. And then sure enough, I turned and my brother was like, oh, I think I'm going to do it next. Perfect. We had 7 or 8 people afterwards try back to back because someone had to be the person to breach that ugly section of like, what if? And that's where confidence is built. So if you feel like you're thinking about it or you start processing all different emotions before, speed up, walk past that, walk before it, and then let yourself feel that. I could tell you, I felt nervous the whole thing. I'm doing the exercises, throwing the sandbag up and down. I'm like, I don't know if I'm doing good. I don't know if this looks stupid, but you also can't think of fear when you're doing the thing at the same time. It's impossible. So once I started, it was so interesting that it melted away. And so afterwards, my brother was like, what made you do that? And I said, well, pretty simple. I took a look and I saw an opportunity. And I said to myself, I could have an experience or I could live with regret. And that was the difference between me stepping into it. I could walk past that expo and for the rest of the day go, oh man, I could have tried that thing. Or I could just go and take it on.
Hmm. I love all the Lorna quotes in the chat. Thank you for that. That was really powerful. And I probably should have introduced you guys to my husband. A lot
Okay.
of you guys
You'll know
know.
me through this.
I'm just like everyone knew. It's probably like, who's this man? This is my husband. But yeah, I think that's, I always say fear means go. What else did I say? You go first. Don't think, just act. And this kind of ties into the second point of number 2. So we have the first piece, which is I'm addicted to this old identity. And the second piece here is fear of the unknown. But who am I going to be if I see myself differently? But who am I going to be if I shift into this new identity? If I'm all of a sudden this person who is confident, what are people around me going to think? Are they going to think I'm showing off? Who does this person think she is? Are they going to think that I'm bragging? Are they going to think that I'm better than everyone else? Is my family member going to notice that I've changed? Is it going to feel uncomfortable if I actually start seeing myself as this worthy person? If I start acting in alignment with the person that I know that I'm meant to be, and I recreate this beautiful life for myself, what are people going to think? What are people going to say? Whether it's a partner, whether it's a best friend of 10, 13, 15 years, you're a little bit different now. Do you pause? Do you pedal back? Do you say, oh, I don't know? Do you not even start to be that person because I don't know? We think all the thoughts, well, maybe this person's probably going to think this about me. Well, my partner is probably not going to be on the same trajectory as me. So if I start growing at lightning speed and I start seeing myself as this powerful version of myself, or there's gonna maybe is there going to be a disconnect? We don't even know. You don't even know. But are we starting to have those thoughts? I'm uncertain. I don't know what it looks like. But it's not meant to be predictable. You're not meant to live a predictable life. It's so easy to think, I can't do this. I'm not good enough. It's going to be scary. I don't know what people are going to think about me. Because a lot of the times there's a fear of being disappointed. Okay, so if I step into this version of myself, if I go and I be this confident person, what if I get rejected though? But if I start to act differently and I start to show up more powerfully, and then somebody doesn't like it, and we've been friends for 10 years. What if somebody says something that I did and they don't like it? Can I actually handle that? That's scary. That is unknown. So often we pedal back. We know this is the person that we want to be, but we don't know what is going to happen as a result of being her. And I want to make this real for a second. Think about where this actually shows up in your life. Maybe you go, I don't know if you guys are part of like, some of you guys might have like group chats or like coworker chats, or maybe you're in like a family chat, or you're posting online, whatever it is. And you go to post something or you go to say something and you're like, but wait, is this good enough? But what is that person going to say? I want to start owning. I did something so crazy over the weekend and I want to start sharing it. I want to celebrate myself. But they're probably going to think I'm bragging. Okay, let me delete. I can't say that. What are people going to think? Am I being too much? Who am I to say this? You're in a conversation with somebody and you know that you have something so valuable to say, but you say quiet. I don't want to sound dumb. I used to do this. I feel like sometimes I live under a rock. Like I'm an expert at like what I do, but like people are like, do you know this artist? Do you know this movie? I'm like, no, I don't watch TV. I don't barely watch any movies. Like I sometimes live under a rock. And I used to be so afraid of owning that and be like, I actually have no freaking clue what you're talking about. I'm just gonna pretend like I know what you're talking about because I don't want to look like I'm dumb or I look like I don't belong, and everyone else is like, oh yeah, right? We all don't want to be judged. So oftentimes you might hesitate. You might pull back. You get an opportunity, whether it's a new job or it's speaking or putting yourself out there, whatever it is. And maybe your first instinct is like, yes, I'm practicing being heard. This is my opportunity. And almost like you're like thankful because you're like, I prayed for this. This is who I'm starting to become. But then I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'm good enough. So do you let the fear of uncertainty create a pullback? Whether it's setting a boundary at work. I don't want to upset anyone. I don't want to be that person. So somebody in the chat box said, I'm a people pleaser as their identity. So it's like, well, if all of a sudden I start telling my mother-in-law or my neighbor or my friend that I can't do that, they're going to be shocked because I'm always the first person. They're like, I can message this person at any time of the day. Anytime I ask this person to do something, she always says yes. So if I all of a sudden say no now, that's going to create a weird dynamic between the two of us. And now I'm going to have to explain to this person. And that's really awkward. Like, how do I explain to this person that I'm starting to set boundaries for myself and I'm trying to value myself and I'm setting higher standards for myself? That's uncomfortable. I'm uncertain. I don't know what that conversation is going to look like. Pull back. Even when you make bold moves for yourself, how many of you guys in this room really, really, really value growth? Like I say growth is my middle name. How many of you guys value growth? Like you're like, I just want to honestly become the greatest version of myself. How many of you guys value growth? I'm sure you probably wouldn't be here if you valued growth or if you didn't value growth. Yes, right? So maybe you don't have a lot of people in your family or in your current circle that also value that. So a lot of the times when you are about to go do something bold, right? And you're about to challenge yourself or do something that's going to be really, really good for yourself, you say, but nobody in my family has done this. I haven't seen it modeled to me. None of my friends are doing this. So maybe I shouldn't. But you have to ask yourself, do they have the life that I want? Do they value growth as much as I do? Do they take the risks that you are willing to take? Do they think the way that you think? If you keep looking for permission from people who play small, you will stay small. And this is where it gets real. Some people who haven't done what you want to do will tell you to not do something, not because they don't believe in you, but because they don't believe it themselves. So the moment you're changing, the moment you step into this new identity, the moment that You're taking different action because you shifted your identity, which is going to change your thoughts, which is then going to change your behaviors. The moment you go for it, the moment you change, the moment you evolve, the moment you start becoming more, what it does, it holds a mirror for them. And now it's like they have to look at their life. And it's easier for them to say, don't do it. Be careful. Are you sure? Or are you aware of that? I don't know if you should do that. They bring uncertainty into your mind. Even though you are certain, maybe a little wobbly, a little bit of fear, it's normal doubt, but you're starting to be more certain in who you are. But now we have people around us who aren't like you, who don't value growth to the extent that you do, and they're sharing all their things. And then it's really easy to shrink your life to stay connected to people who aren't growing. But this is why who you surround yourself with matters. If you say, I want to do this, right? People around you that also value growth, you know what they're going to say? Go for it. I believe in you. Right? If you were to tell your family members or a friend that you're like doing this 4-hour experience, they're like, on a Saturday, you're crazy. Like, what? And you're like, some of you guys, it's like 3 a.m. for you guys, or like some of you guys got babysitters for your kids. You're like, one of you guys is like, move, fish, get out of the way. Like, I'm going to be on this call, right? It's like, who are you talking to? Who are you surrounding yourself with? Because they can shape your uncertainty. They can actually make you more uncertain than you are uncertain yourself. And a lot of the times, I actually don't believe you're uncertain. I believe we look at people in our lives. We're surrounded by family, right? Parents, siblings, whoever, who don't value growth as much as you do. And we hear what they're doing or what they're not doing. And when it's like they're not doing these crazy things, I can't be the crazy one. I can't be the person to do that. Versus you surround yourself with other people who are just in this room, just like you, who also say yes to themselves, who also value growth. And you go and you share something that you're going to go do something and stepping out of your comfort zone. And they're like, yeah, go, you got this, you're ready. I believe in you. It's a completely different experience. You're no longer uncertain. It's like there's a seed of belief that gets planted. And it's like, because when one person sees you differently, you start seeing yourself differently. You start believing in possibility. And instead of getting pulled back, you're actually pushed forward and you're like, wait, maybe I can even go further. You actually rise into the person that you're meant to be. You're not the crazy one anymore. You're in a room where you belong. And actually, that's the standard. Like going for it is a standard. Being the best version of yourself is a standard. It's almost like not going for it. It's like, no, we don't do that here. So most people, to shift their identity, it's not that you need like more information or like more discipline. It's you need a different environment, because the environment that you place yourself in will either allow you to become her or to fear her. When you're around people who are also becoming her too, again, that becomes the standard. So ask yourself right now, when I start to become more certain, in this identity, the person that I want to step into, do I tend to pedal backwards because of what my mom said or my sister or my friend who isn't where I want to be, who doesn't value growth as much as I do? Are you going to keep trying to grow in an environment that is trying to keep you the same? Or are you ready to put yourself in a room that actually expands you and it reminds you who the F you are. Sometimes we forget who we are, right? Sometimes we forget a little bit. We all do it. It's like, oh, right. I need a reminder. So we can choose to be around other people who hold up the mirror and say, actually, this is who you are. All the identities that you've written down, that's not who you are. That's not how I see you. And again, when one woman, one person sees you differently, you can start seeing yourself differently. Andrew, take it away.
Oh man, I love this. I was actually writing down a couple of questions as Lorna was talking, because I think whether it comes to changing a piece of your life or shifting away a piece of your identity, a lot of times we're always asking ourselves like, who am I without it? But I actually want you to write down a couple of other questions for you to reflect on. You can reflect on them through this process, and you can also reflect on them later, because I think the type of question in which you ask yourself is the level of depth in which you're actually going to like fully sink in the roots for this change. So instead of asking, who am I without it? It's asking, what becomes possible when this thing is no longer running my life? That's the first question. Whatever you're looking to change, and it doesn't matter, change the way other people see you, change the way you're operating in a relationship, change the way financially your life is working out for you, your career. What becomes possible when it's no longer running my life? Because the reality is this loss is not a loss of a part of you. It's actually an expansion. You know, this is a shedding of a layer that once kept you safe. And now that layer is no longer serving the woman you're becoming. Great example of this. Any of you bug people, like insects? I can't stand bugs, but this is really great. Everyone thinks butterflies are cute though, right? Show of hands, we think like butterflies. Like, oh yeah, butterflies are fairly cute, right? Caterpillars, not so much. They don't look too great. There's this interesting thing though that a caterpillar does is it goes into a cocoon. What happens inside of the cocoon is a caterpillar has to find a place that it knows that it can take its transformation. It's very uncertain, has no idea what's going to happen around it. The environment is something it can't control, but it has to cocoon itself. And then inside that cocoon, it liquefies. If you actually open a cocoon before a caterpillar becomes a butterfly, it's just goo. It literally breaks down every aspect, physically, mentally, emotionally of itself, and it's just goo. The risk that takes and the confidence that is needed for it to transform into something that is amazing and exciting and totally different, because it goes from no wings to complete flight, that's a significantly high level of trust. But again, it's always looking at this is the next stage of my life. And that's why it has full permission to be able to liquefy. Caterpillars can only think about the future. It's all about being the butterfly. They don't spend a lot of time looking back and saying, well, what if? So the other question I want you to write down is, how many years have you spent expanding on what if this doesn't work? And when I say years, you know it's years. You think about it at least 2 to 3 times a day. Maybe it's like every other third week where you like there's like a low period. You go, okay, I'm done. It's on my mind now for the next 2 or 3 weeks. So how many years have you spent expanding on what if this doesn't work? And what did that expanding look like? What if I fail? What if I fall back? What if I can't keep this up? I want you to replace that question. Do you write that expansion? I want you to replace it with, what if this actually works? What if the identity I'm declaring and the thing that I'm going to take on actually works? What does that look like? What if this new declaration changes everything? What if this is the version of you that finally follows through? What if this is where your life actually opens up like wings of a butterfly? Expand on what that looks like. Get excited about that. But do we even let our minds go there? Or do you shut it down before it has a chance? Because I'll tell you something, your brain's job isn't to make you happy. That's not what your brain does. Your whole chemistry is wired around keeping you safe. And safe usually means what's familiar, the stuff you've done before, what's predictable, and what you've already been doing. Even if it's frustrating, even if it's limiting, even if it's keeping you stuck. So, of course, your mind is going to jump to what if this doesn't work? The further away it is from familiar, the more the brain is going to reinforce that because that's protection. But growth requires you to start asking those better questions. And as you reflect on those questions, I want you to know you don't need to have it all figured out. You don't need to know exactly who you're becoming with, because there might be some ladies on the call now where, like, truthfully, I don't know what the future holds for me. I'm just trying to figure out tomorrow. I don't know what the exact woman I'm looking to become 15 years from now. That's okay. You just need to be willing to step into something different because clarity doesn't come before action, it comes from it. We get clearer. So think of it like a target or like people, Lorna wears glasses. I don't wear glasses, but I actually don't make fun of her for it. But I'm going to now. So, so if you were to look through Lorna's glasses, she can't see a damn thing. It'd be pretty blurry when you look through the glasses. But as you take those same glasses and I start adjusting the focus and actually moving towards something, there actually comes to a point where through her focus and her lens, I actually see clearer. Now, I don't know if that's because I need glasses, but we'll just set that aside. It really does become the focus of clarity. The more you focus on something, regardless of what's in front of you, all the distractions, all the things that are making your life feel blurry, the more you focus on something and the closer you move towards it, you gain clarity through that. So anytime you let go of an old pattern, and it doesn't matter what it is, overthinking, people pleasing, lack of self-control, mindless snacking. Every time you do that, you create space and you create clarity. You create clarity for better decisions, day to day, deeper relationships, more presence, more energy, more alignment. But we have to be willing to continue to step forward, even if things don't look fully clear right now. So instead of asking, who am I without this question, who do I get to become because of this? That's such a great one to reflect on.
I think,
And if some of you know who that is, sorry, Lorna, if someone knows who that is or like what you're looking for, I would love to actually see that in the chat because a large part of declaration, who do I get to become, is sharing it with people who are going to support this declaration. In almost every single group, mentorship, mastermind, community, friendships, and relationships that Lorna and I put together, we always make sure that the people we're around fully support us with stuff like this. So who do I get to become? Maybe it's 3 or 4 words or a state or this is what I want. I would love to see that because I want everyone on this call to hold space for them because that's what happens. It makes it grow.
this is a space to be delulu and to have delusional thoughts and to be like, oh, I'm gonna be this person. Like, we're here for it. We're gonna support you. It's like when you go and tell, somebody that you're gonna go and be this person, again, people that aren't on the same page, they're gonna be like, be careful, like you can't be that person. They're gonna put fear into you. And then you drop it in the chat, the strongest, most confident, creative Galia. It's like, heck yes, like let's give it up for Galia for even just dropping that in the chat. Right? Like, woo, woo, let's hear it. Like, this is a place to be celebrated. Right? Like, this is a place to be confident, a millionaire, confident business owner. Yes. Someone who learns so I can do bigger and better things in my life. Heck yes. These are so good. I got to become more present, filled with joy, love my life. Yes, I got to become really healthy. I will have my dream body, really proud of myself. I want to feel good in my own skin. Confident, run my own business, get on HGTV. Yes, so good. Amazing. Okay, well, as I am moving on, I want you guys to celebrate everybody in the chat. Confident, comfortable, badass. Yes, so good. So Andrew talked about like, what if it doesn't work? And I think the third piece here is often we think, can I actually do this? Have you even had a thought today? Okay, this is sounding really good. Okay, I'm getting fired up. I'm like, whew, yes, these are my people. But wait, can I actually do this? The truth is, you have already decided. You have already decided. You want to, you guys all declared, right? It's like you've already decided. But most people stop here. Well, I've decided, but then they don't act. So the question becomes, can I do this? And the answer is, you don't figure that out by thinking. You figure it out by moving. When we keep asking ourselves, can I do this? Will it work? Am I ready? We stay in this logical brain of ourselves. And Andrew talked about our brain likes to keep us safe. It protects us from stepping into the person that we know what we're meant to be. The moment you start acting like her, the person who says yes, someone who can trust my instincts and use them to be healthy, someone who's comfortable, confident, right? Doing my own thing, right? Running my own business, whatever it is, it becomes inevitable. When you think, can I do this? Can I be this person? There is so much energy that's being taken away. And so many of you guys said, I overthink. This is where the overthinking comes in. You're spending more energy and time overthinking, can I be this person, instead of taking action in alignment with that person who has what you desire. So we have energy, but instead of using that energy to overthink, if I can, you can use that energy to be her, to think like her, to act like her, to make decisions like her. And that will literally collapse the amount of time that it takes for you to actually be her. So don't ask, can I do this? Replace it with, what would she do? What would she do right now? And then do that. And here's the thing, if it feels aligned and a little bit scary, that's your green light. Not a stop sign, it's a green light. That's the exact moment that you are supposed to move. Remember that the old version of yourself pulls back. The new version of yourself that you're becoming, she leans in. So everybody on this call has energy. You're not lacking energy. You might be misusing it, putting it towards overthinking, doubting, replaying stories, proving why you can't, finding that case, that bank of evidence that I talked about at the beginning of this call, finding that evidence to prove, being addicted to old identities. But that same energy can be used to move, to decide, to take action, to build momentum. The fear won't go away. But you will get to a point where you stop using it as a stop sign and you start using it as fuel. What did I say? Victoria reminded us all in the chat. Fear is a green light. That means go. Holy shit, this is scary. Good, let's go. I love a good GPS analogy. I will say I literally drive 5 minutes down my street and I still use a GPS, but you set a destination in your GPS. You know the destination. You claim the identity of the person that you want to be. But the GPS does not move your car. It gives you direction. If you sit there saying, will this route work? Okay, what if I get lost? What if there's this road closure? What if I take a wrong turn? You just stay parked in your car. The only way that you actually get to the destination, even if it's literally 5 minutes from your house, is by driving. It's by moving. You've already chosen the destination. You know who you want to be. You know the identity of the person that you want to be, but it's time to move. So when you feel that pull, this feels right, but it feels scary. That feeling, I don't want you to ask yourself, can I do this? I want you to ask yourself, am I willing to become her right now? Am I willing to be her right now? Act like her, think like her, take actions in alignment with her, and then move like her.
I want to clear something up as Lorna talks. When she's talking about taking actions like her, she doesn't mean fake it. It's not about pretending to be someone you're not, because even hearing it, like Lorna and I are pretty attuned in terms of energy. There are a few of you who are thinking, like, isn't that kind of inauthentic? Isn't that just me putting on a mask if I go and try to pretend and try to like just take action on something which I am not that future self? Truth is no. You are borrowing energy from your future self. And I want you to think about actors for a second. You can pick whatever favorite actor you have, tons of them. The best actors don't just act, they embody. So I had watched an interview with Morgan Freeman, a guy who talks really deep and goes over the discovery stuff. And he said one of the reasons why it's so easy for him to play characters is because he studies the character. He thinks like them. He learns to move like them. He puts the feelings that they would have. So then when he steps into that role, he becomes that person. And that's effectively what you're doing. Your new identity and the person you're saying yes to, you're studying that character. You're thinking the way your future self thinks. You're moving like the way your future self moves. And when you start to feel like them, that's when you get to step into that role. Now, notice like an actor, they don't do that and then they become that person forever. They've practiced that state enough to know it feels natural. And this is how we can move through identities freely. Remember how I said identities come with a lot of titles? Lorna and I fluctuate through a lot of titles very frequently. We got a little one downstairs that my mom is watching. And after, our 4 hours together, I'm going to go and I'm going to put on the identity and title of dad. But I have the ability to move freely through these identities, freely through these things, because I understand the aspect of embodiment. So that's exactly what you're doing here. You are rehearsing the version of you that already exists, and that is where embodiment comes in. This isn't just changing your mindset or thinking differently. Embodiment is what actually creates the shift. You're connecting to it. And I want you to actually look at the word connection. I'm a big breakdown of words kind of guy because I recognize that sometimes we say words we don't even fully understand the meaning. When we look at the word connection, we have the word connect and we have ions. Don't worry, you guys don't have to know science. We're not going to do science for this, but ions is effectively a connection of energy. That's what it means to connect energy. So if we want connection with the new version of ourselves, if we want connection with a new identity, a declaration of what we have to keep moving energy towards being that way. So every time you think like her, every time you move like her, every time you make decisions like her, you are connecting more energy to that version of her. You're actually strengthening her and you're making her more real. Now, on the flip side of that, the reverse exists. So every time you hesitate, every time you overthink, every time you fall back into old patterns, you actually create separation. You're separating ions, which means you're taking energy from her. You're pulling energy away from that identity. And guess what? Energy cannot be created or destroyed. If you take energy away, it's because you're feeding your old identity. So when we look at it, we are either connecting to her, the future version that you are, or we are disconnecting. So when we use real embodiment, it's being fully connected to that version of you in the moment that you're in, not later, not when you feel ready, not when it's easy, right now. And right now, this could be like speaking up even when your voice shakes. That's embodiment. Going to bed instead of numbing out and continuing to scroll on your phone, that's embodiment. Going and reactively picking something up because it's stressed in the form of food and then say, you know what, I'm going to set it back down on the kitchen and do another lap. That's embodiment. And look, it's not perfect, but we do it not because it's perfect, but because in that moment you chose to connect to her. So every time you embody her, you are being her now. And the more you connect to that, the less power the old version has for you.
And just even right there, it's like she's not far off in the distance, right? Like that version of yourself, like you are her right now. You are her. She's within you. But you have to start seeing yourself that way. And I love the example that Julie even said in the chat. Like, I've been going live on social media for a company I work for. I felt like I was going to vomit the first time I did it. Now I feel so accomplished, right? It's like that's a simple action of being her. She could have been like, oh no, it's too scary, I'm not going to do it. She would have never felt the upside. If you don't feel the whatever you want to call it, the downside, the fear, the shakes, that I like to say, shit in your pants, you're not going to have the upside. You're not going to have the feeling of accomplishment, the feeling of like, holy shit, I just did that. You have to be willing to experience the lows in order to experience the highs. And this goes into the second piece. So the first part we would talk about fear, and the second piece is it requires you to be brave. And by the way, just looking at the time, I told you we're going to go over, so we might do like a shortened workout. But are you guys loving this? Are you guys having fun? Are you guys cool with us continuing to have this conversation? Okay, amazing. I'm like, like 45 minutes, like what? Or like an hour? I'm like, okay. We're going to try to be very concise though, but I'm glad you guys
If
are.
we were Delulu with the schedule.
Yeah, well, you and your logical brain needed a schedule. Okay, so the second piece, we talk about fear, and now we're moving on to being this brave badass. Julie was a great example of this. It has been so conditioned to us that if something feels a slight bit uncomfortable, it means don't do it. I don't like this. This doesn't feel safe in my body. I don't like the discomfort. So I'm going to go back to the old ways. But you can't ignore that pull, that feeling in your body that you're meant for more. Maybe for many of you guys, since you were a little girl, you just felt like you were different than everyone else. You know that you're meant for more. And even maybe right now in your life, you're like, I just scratched the surface of what I'm actually capable of. I know that I have so much more within me. And that feeling, it can't be ignored, but it requires you to be brave. I like to think about, standing at the edge of a pool. It's like you want to jump in. You want to do the thing. You know you're not going to die. But your brain is like, oh my God, it's going to be so cold. What if I don't like it? Maybe I'll just wait. Like maybe I'll just dip my little toe in. But it's like you can stand there overthinking, wondering, hesitating. And then the person beside you did a cannonball and they're swimming and they're enjoying their time. So confidence, building up this version, it all works in the same way. It's not built by standing on the edge. It's built by jumping in. And bravery means that you have to be someone, right? It's like if I am going to do something that's scary, I have to choose to be brave. Just because it feels uncomfortable doesn't mean I don't do it. Just because something feels off, it doesn't mean that it's not in alignment. It doesn't mean that it's wrong. In fact, I would be more concerned if there wasn't fear. I don't know a single person who's super successful and they're like, it was smooth sailing. I just pressed the gas pedal and there wasn't even a stop sign. There wasn't a red light. There wasn't actually a yellow light. It was just green the whole time. Funny. Yeah, I don't know what road I went on. It's literally never that. There's stop signs. There's red lights. There's yellow lights to pause, to be like, oh my goodness, I'm going to shit my pants a little bit. But then you go and you proceed. And that is how you build her. That is how you strengthen her. So you might say, I'm not that kind of person, even though deep down, you know from a very young age that you were different. You know from a very young age, it's like, I was meant to do incredible things in the world. You cannot ignore that feeling. You know exactly what you need. And so the next time that something feels uncomfortable, there is this discomfort in your body. Don't hold on to the story that, well, she's successful and she must not have the fear or she must not feel uncomfortable. It must come easy to her. No, every single person feels the discomfort. So it's not, this isn't for me, I can't do it. This is where you literally say, this is where I step up. This is where I rise up. This is where I be her. It's an opportunity. I used to always fear discomfort. We don't like being uncomfortable. And now I literally am like, if I don't have discomfort in my life, I will create it. Even doing a 4-hour experience, most people would be like, I'm going to do like a 1-hour thing. I'm like, F it. We're doing a 4-hour thing. We're going to plan this. Like, we're going to get someone to watch our son. We're going to make it work. Like, I'm like, I love challenging myself. And so when you feel discomfort, I want you to say, this is where I step up. This is literally part of the process of becoming her. Andrew, take it away for part 2.
Yeah. Becoming her is a choice. And I want you guys to write this down. This is a very powerful line that I look at a lot. There are more excuses than there are solutions. And that's why sometimes it's easy to fall back on the things that you've done. But the women who actually change their lives, they don't wait for perfect conditions. They decide that nothing is getting in their way. And this is where you look at everything that could be in front of you. They decide it's not my schedule. It's not my emotions. It's not the excuses of a partner or a friend or my work. It's not my past. They're not asking, can I do this? Because again, it doesn't matter. They're saying, how can I make this happen? And they figure it out every single time. And the first time I came across this quote was in a very old life. I used to be a mechanic. I was an apprentice for Mercedes and had a very crappy apprenticeship. No one really taught me anything. And, sometimes you go through work where you're expected to be trained and people just don't. It was always very basic jobs. So that was the third company that I worked for, and I was still the apprenticeship. And then when I was talking to the top foreman, he was like, what do you know? What do you don't know? And I was just showing up with all of these things. Can't do this. This is not working. No one ever taught me here. No one taught me there. And he's like, yeah, it's completely hard to grow your life. And then he goes, let me show you something. And then on top of his toolbox, that's where he had that. There's more excuses than there are solutions. And he goes, did you ever hire anyone to help train you outside of work? Did you ever go and ask for the tougher jobs? Did you ever really put yourself out there so that way you could have the opportunity to learn? Or did you expect that these things would come to you? And he was right. And in that moment, I said to myself, I could be the apprentice that sits in the background and waits, or I could probably be the mechanic that I was looking to be, and I could actually take on the initiatives. And for the next 3 months, I took down all of the jobs of everything I didn't know. And like, despite, maybe what I come across as, I'm not a book smart dude. Electrical stuff, all that didn't really serve me. And so every time I got those jobs, it took me twice as long to do. I lost my shirt on a lot of that work, but I learned it. And that's how I became that licensed mechanic. And I carried that quote with me because moving forward from that career into working for myself now, I'm always asking, how am I going to make this happen? I'm always saying, excuses aside, these things that come up that are preventing me from starting, I manage to figure it out every single time. And so the question comes, what does figuring it out look like for you? Well, it's probably messy. You don't know where to start, so you just start somewhere. You make a bunch of mistakes. You're stumbling over yourself. If someone was looking at you riding the bicycle, they'd be like, holy crap, this person needs a guardrail, 2 people holding them on the side. Like, it looks like it's a freaking mess, but you're moving forward. And the people watching you, they're not on the bike. Maybe it looks imperfect, where you make more mistakes than you make successful actions. Maybe it feels really fast, like put the pedal to the floor before the car doors are even bolted on. That's okay. That's a part of the process. But this is where we have to look at, I'm going to take this a step further. I'm not going to wait for the perfect condition because perfect conditions don't exist. Lorna and I are very grateful even for the home that we live in. And at the time when we were both engaged and when our businesses were in completely different states, and we also had a studio that we were building and employees that we had, it really didn't make sense to buy a house. And we were always like, how do we make this happen? What could we do? Like, how do we time the market? And just like a realtor goes, hey, you can't time the market. You just got in. And now we look back and we're like, oh man, if we didn't get in then, when would we have gotten in? It would have been 10 times more expensive. It continues to expand the amount of work, the amount of effort, and the amount of struggle that you're going to have to go through to make the change. And that's why you have to do it now.
Yeah. And really, like, I think a lot of the times we often think like there's something different about me, right? Like there's something that I'm lacking for a huge part of my life. I used to always think like people have some like magical solution or they know something that I don't. And what I've realized is that I'm not different, you're not different. The only differentiating factor between somebody who has it all, who lives a life full of joy, full of magic, whatever you want to call it, who's successful in their career, business, whatever it is the decisions that they make. That's really the only difference. It's the moves that they make, the different actions that they choose to make. And this is a good thing because that means that you can do it too. You're not different, you're not the exception. It's just a matter of, am I willing to make the hard decisions? Am I willing to make different decisions that will actually get me those results? So before we move on to the workout session, I'm going to put you guys into breakout rooms. I just posted in the chat box. So there's going to be 3 questions I want you guys to contemplate and reflect on. Number 1, where in your life are you saying yes to your old identity when you know that version of yourself that you are becoming would say no? And get so specific. Where are you pulling back instead of leaning in? Where are you overthinking instead of deciding? Where are you choosing comfort instead of growth? The second question, as a result of that, what is it costing you to keep choosing that version of yourself? Whether it's in your health, relationships, confidence, family life, what is it actually costing you to keep choosing the version of yourself that you don't want to be? And then number 3, what is one move that you've been pushing off that you're going to commit to that you know will instantly make you feel unstoppable? Maybe you visualize that in the visualization aspect and you're like, I know exactly what this is. So we're going to put you into breakout rooms. So my brain can't do math. How many people? If you are not able to talk, you have to be talking in this. You can't like be doing the dishes. Okay. So we want present people. So if you cannot be present, you can dismiss yourself for just a minute. Andrew, maybe you can do the math. 18 minus both you and I is 16. So if we put groups of 2, 17. Okay, hold on.
You know what? Whoever doesn't have a partner, you can just partner them with me.
Oh, shit. Oh,
What?
you guys are gonna
Don't
get like
fight
a
over me now.
session.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, I can't do math, so we're going to, how many rooms do we need, Andrew? Can you do the math for me? There's 17 people
I
minus
totally can.
9, so 15. Anyone good at math? I have to use my fingers. I don't know.
Well, 7, and then make 8 and partner me with 1. It's an odd number.
Okay, so 8 rooms. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. Just want to make sure we are all good. 1 second. Okay. All right. I know who's getting in the room with you. I want to change the.
What?
Okay, no, we're
Is it
good.
you? No, just
No. Okay, here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. There's going to be something on the screen, and see you guys later. All right, welcome back, badasses. How was that? Let us know in the chat box. I see Allie was like, So let me know in the chat box, how was that? Did you guys love connecting with your badass partner? That was super fun. So good. Nice to connect. It was fire. Woo, woo. Little did you guys know I was feeding my son. Trying to do everything. It was great. Super exciting. It was awesome to chat with Alice. Yes, Alice is amazing. Sharpening. I wonder who you were paired with. Great to connect. I didn't expect that. I'm so proud of that. Yes, so good. Great. We had a lot in common. Lorna multitasking. Yeah. So good to connect with Diane. Okay, amazing, amazing. Okay, I'm glad you guys love that. Nice to meet another badass coming to the event next month. Woo! Yes, so good. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I love that. That is incredible. So great to connect. Yes. Okay. So we are going to move on to the badass workout session. And because we have limited time, we're going to have the best badass workout. Okay. So if you guys need to get changed, like I do, let's say we will meet. So don't leave the Zoom. Stay on the Zoom because then I have to re-add you in. Just stay in the room. You can put your cameras off if you need to go get changed. Let's give you guys literally 2 minutes. Get changed. And then we're going to meet in the, it's burpees for everyone. No. Okay. Do we need to wear shoes? Nah, I'm not going to wear shoes. Probably not. Okay. All right. Let's take a 2 minutes and we'll meet you where you need to be. You guys just missed me twerking. All right, here we go. Stand up. All right, let's just make sure we're recording. We're live. Okay, let's turn up. Circle. Okay, arm circle back. Good, reaching for your toes. Reaching for your toes. Keep going, reaching for your toes. Chest open, stand out. Good, press up. 3, 2, and 1. Good. Bring one leg forward, sit back, sweep. Stretching out the hamstring, warming it up. Take back. Good. Other leg. Other side. All right, legs out wide, arms out, opposite hand, opposite foot. Step. That's it. Going. 3, 2. All right, you guys can stop. All right. Okay, first thing we're gonna do, everything is body weight. Legs are hip width apart. I'm gonna show you the exercises first, then we're gonna do it together, okay? All we're gonna do is, we're gonna do one squat, we're gonna take a lunge back. Same leg, squat and lunge back, okay? We're gonna do 10 on the right, 10 on the left, okay? So it's just a squat, you lunge back with the right leg, squat, right leg, okay? Not yet. We're gonna do 10 on the right, 10 on the left, okay? Second thing we're gonna do, legs are gonna be nice and wide. We're gonna squat down, okay? And all we're gonna do is we're gonna do pulses, okay? The third exercise is a surprise. So here we go. Ready? Let's get into a squat. And let's go with the right leg. Ready? Let's go. Squat. Lunge back with the right. For 10 reps. That's it. If you need to modify, you can just do the squat if you have knee problems. That's it. Just the right leg. 10, and then you switch to the other side. 10 reps. Let's go, badasses. Feeling the legs burning. That's it. Get to 10. Once you've done 10, legs are wide, we are pulsing. Pulse. That's it. Okay. Now, you're going to experience discomfort in your workout. Where does your mind go? That's it. You get a nice view right now. Keep going. Pulsing. Pulsing with the wide legs. That's it. Keep going. Come on. Pulse. Okay, drop and hold. Drop and hold. Drop and hold. Hold here. Hold here. Right heel up. Bring the right heel up. Just the right heel. Just the right heel. Thumbs up. That's it. Keep pulsing. Switch. Other side. Left heel is up. Pulse. Okay, down. Hold. 3, 2, 1. All right. Shake it out. Shake it out. Shake it out. And you guys, that's torture. My legs are burning. Woo! All right. Shake it out. Shake it out. Moving around 2. Ready? 3, 2. Back to the squat and lunge. Let's go. Squat, lunge, right leg. 10 reps. That's it, you guys. Keep going. It's not meant to be easy. Where does your mind go when things become hard? That's it. You're strong. You're this badass. Keep going. Pushing through. Pushing through. That's it. Keep going, you guys. Push through. Let's go. Once you've done the 10, you know what's next. You know what's next. Let's go. Pulse it out. Pulse. Pulse. That's it. Okay, right heel up. Right heel up. Pulse. Left heel up. Pulse. Both heels down. Hold. Hold. Pulse. Hold. Pulse. Told you it was a surprise. Hold. 3, 2, 1. All right, let go. Relax. Shake it out. Shake it out. All right. Woo! Okay, next up, we're coming to the floor. If you have wrist problems or wrist issues, I should say, like I do, you don't have to come up on your hands. We're going to be doing a plank. What we're going to do is I'm going to say in, and you're going to bring your knee in. I'm going to say out. You're going to bring your leg out. In, and then out. If you need to modify, you can come onto your knees. In, out. In, out. Okay? If you need to do it on your forearms, same thing, like this. Okay? So, come up into plank. Come up into plank. Ready? Okay, right knee in. Out. In. Out. In. Hold. Out. In. can drop to your knees if you need 10 push-ups. That's it. Once you've done your 10 push-ups, take a break. Woo. Take it out. Stretch it out. You can also do push-ups on a wall. Okay? All right, back to plank. Onto your plank. Right leg. 3, 2, 1. In. Out. In. Out. In. Hold. Out. In. Out. Hold. Switch sides. Left leg. In. Out. In. Hold. Out. In. Out. Hold. 10 push-ups. Let's go. 10. We got this. Come on, you guys. Go, badasses. Nobody's watching you. This is for you. This is for you. All right, shake it out. All right. Okay, moving on. Moving on. Okay, what we're gonna do next, we are going to have one leg forward, one leg back. It's a balancing exercise, okay? So we're gonna have one leg back. We're gonna tap the floor. We're gonna bring it up. We're gonna tap the floor. We're gonna bring it up, okay? Then we're gonna do the other side. Second move is a surprise. All right, let's go. Right leg is up. Right leg is up. And let's go down. And coming up. That's it, down. On your own time. Squeezing your core. That's it. Working the hamstring, core, glutes. That's it. All right, keep that leg up. Pulse. Pulse it up. Pulse that leg up. Pulse that leg up. Extend. Extend that leg. Keep your knee up. Keep your knee up. Keep that knee up. 3, 2. Keep it out. Pulse. 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 Feeling the quad. 3, 2. And let's go. Other side. Left leg. Down and up. That's it, you guys. Keep going. All right, leg up, pulse, pulse, knee pulse. All right, extend and in. Keep that knee in line with your hip. Leg stays out, pulse, pulse. 3, 2, and 1. Shake it out. All right. You don't get a rest. Let's go. Right side. All right, pulse it out, bent leg, pulse, pulse, pulse. Extend that leg, pulse. Where is your mind going? What are you telling yourself? I can't do it. It's too hard. Maybe you're like, this is easy. What are you telling yourself? 3, 2, and switch sides right away. Let's go. Left side. Pulse it out. Pulse, pulse. Extend. Extend it out. Three, 2, keep it out. Pulse, straight leg, pulse. 3, 2, 1, and rest. Shake it out, grab some water. All right, shake it out, grab some water. All right, coming down to the floor. Okay, I'm gonna show you what we're gonna do. Okay, on your hands and knees, flexing your foot. We're gonna take the leg out to the side, up, side, and up, okay? If I say pulse, we're gonna do the pulse. If I say pulse, we're gonna do the pulse, okay? We're gonna start with the right leg, just out to the side and back up, all right? Okay, right side. So outside and up. Squeeze your booty. Keep going. All right, pulse it up, pulse it up. Flex your foot, your heel up towards the ceiling. Pulse. Come on, pulse it out. Heel up, heel, heel, heel. All right, back to the side and up. Right side still, don't change, we got this. Woo! Pulse to the side, pulse, pulse. All right, back to side and up. Keep going, let's go. Burn out that right side. 3, 2, and 1. Watch me, right leg still. We're going across, across. That's it. Cross behind. Woo! Flex that foot, cross. Three, 2, and 1. All right, left side. Let's go, left side. That's it. Working the glute. I am strong. I am capable. All right, pulse it up. Back to side and up. Pulse to the side. Pulse to the side. Three, 2, back to the original. Woo! All right, cross it over. Cross it over. Cross it over.
Just like the river flowing to the sea, you're running back to me. Girl, hear
3,
what I'm saying.
2,
Where do
and
you
1.
go,
All right.
my lovely?
Woo! All right. Okay. Moving on. Come on your butt. We're only doing one set of that. Okay. Whew. All right, what we're going to do, we're going to take a seat. Option 1, feet are on the floor. Option 2, legs are here. Option 3, your legs are up. What we're going to do, your arms are forward. We're going to take your right arm, just the right arm. Okay, we're going to do that. I will let you know when we're going to switch, and we're going to go to the other side. So option 1, option 2, option 3. Okay, I'm going to leave the music off because I feel like I'm screaming at you guys. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Right arm back. That's it. Use your core. Doesn't matter what option you're choosing. Doesn't matter. You're all a badass. I am strong. I can do hard and challenging things. That's it. Right side. Feeling the legs. 3, 2, and 1. Take a quick break. And here we go. Left side. That's it. Reaching back. Feeling the quads. What? I thought that was an ab workout. My legs. Keep going. Bring it back. Come on. 3 more. 3, 2, 1. All right. Take a rest. Okay. Woo! Ready for the right side. 3, 2, right side. Let's go. Back. That's it. Now, don't worry if you're like, this is too hard, this is too easy. This is your workout. What are the thoughts that you are saying to yourself? Keep going. Reach it back. I hope you're having positive, badass self-talk. 3, 2, 1. Take a quick break. Left side. Let's go. That's it. Keep going. That's it. Keep going. Keep going. 3 more. 3, 2, 1. Take a break. Okay. Going back to upper body. Okay. When I say shoulder taps, you have 2 options on your knees. Tap, tap, tap. Or you can come up into full plank. We're going to do a shoulder tap. When I say punch, you either can be on your knees, punch, 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 or on your hands, okay? If I say elbows, you're going to come down onto your elbows. If I say hands, you're going to come onto your hands. So whatever I say, you do, okay? All right. Coming up into your version of plank on your knees or up, shoulder taps. Let's go. Tap it out. Tap it out. Tap out your shoulders. Keep your hips steady. No swinging. Keep it steady. Tap it out. Tap it out. That's it. All right, punch it out. Punch, punch, punch. That's it. Punching your negative thoughts away. Goodbye. Limiting belief. Old story. Old identity. Gone. Boom. Goodbye. See you later. That's it. All right, come onto your elbows. Hold. Come up onto your hands. Elbows. the shakes. Hands, punch it out. Punch, punch, punch. Come on, you guys, you can drop to your knees. You can drop to your knees. Shoulder taps, shoulder taps. Come on, stay focused. I am a badass. I can do hard and challenging things. Let's go. All right, elbows, hands, elbows, hands, hold, hold. 3, 2, 1, take a break, grab some water. Shake it out, smile. Maybe you're thinking of me. Maybe you're thinking about punching me. You're like, Lorna, what the heck? It's all good. All right, we're gonna do that one more time. Here we go. Shoulder taps, let's go. Tap it out, tap it out. And punch it out, punch, punch, punch. That's it, you guys, strong I am. I am this badass. I can do hard and challenging things. Let's go. All right, on your elbows. On your hands. Elbows. Hands. Hold, shoulder taps. Oh my Lanta, what in the world? Keep going, shoulder taps. All right, last bit, punch it out. Punch, punch. Come on, you guys. You are stronger than you think. Punch it out. Punch it out. Come on. 4, 3, 2. Hold. Hold. Oh, what? Woo! 3, 2, 1. Take a break. All right, shake it out. Shake it out. Stand up, grab some water. Who says you can't get a workout in at home with no weights? Squash that limiting belief. All right. Okay. Woo. All right, we're going to do a little bit more. Let's see, 403. Okay. Let's come on to, okay. We're going to come on to our back. I'm going to show you. All right. So, you're gonna be, feet are on the floor, your hips are up. One leg is gonna be up. We're gonna go down and up, down and up, down and up. Then we're gonna take this leg, you're gonna thread it through, and we're gonna press it back up, like this. So you slide it through and come back up. Okay, I will guide you through it. If one leg is too much, just do both legs, okay? On your back. Come onto your back. Okay, right leg up, and let's go. Lift your hips up and down. Heel is up towards the ceiling, pushing your bottom heel into the floor. Working the hamstring, squeeze it up. That's it. 3, 2, and 1. Take that leg under. Keep your hips up. Keep your hips up. The whole time, keep your hips up. Just moving that leg behind and back up. That's it. Keep going. Keep the hips up if you can. 3, 2, and other side. Left leg up and down. Up. That's it. Woo! Burning out the legs. Three, 2. I am not counting. This is just for fun, right? We don't have to take everything so seriously. Put that leg under for all of my perfectionists who are like, Lorna, I only did 7 on one side. That's okay. We are learning to go with the flow. All right, let's go. That's it. Under and back up. 3, 2, 1. All right. Woo, take a break. Shake it out. All right, right leg. Let's go. Up and down. Right leg. Up and down. That's it. Good. 3, 2, bring it under and back up. Under and back up. I apologize if I'm screaming. I can't realize how loud I am. Keep going. 3, 2, and other side. Up and down. Left leg. Up and down. Working that glute. That's it. Up. You got it. 3, 2, and under. Let's go. Bring it under. Keep the hips up if you can. Keep the hips up if you can. That's it. Good. 3, 2, and last one. Good. Release. All right. All righty. You guys are going to stay on your backs. You can have your hands under your glutes to protect your lower back. Option 1, legs are bent. I say down, you go down. I say up, you come up. Okay, you can always do one leg if you have lower back sensitivities, or you can have your legs straight. When I say down, you go down. When I say up, you go up. Choose your option. All right, on your back. Legs are up. You can keep them bent if you like. Ready? And down. Hold. And back up. Down. Hold it. You can bring your head up to look at your feet. And back up. Down. Hold. And up. Down. And up. That's it. Down, hold. Up on your own time. Down and up. Just keep going. Down and up. That's it. Down and up. Breathing into your core. All right. Down and hold. Down and hold. Scoop your tailbone underneath you. Up. Down, hold. On your own time, up and down. Come on, you guys. Let's go. Working that core. Breathing through it. Your hands can be under your glutes to protect your back. Working the quads, your core, a little bit of triceps. Down and hold. Down and hold. And up. Down and hold. On your own time, last bit. Come on. Last bit. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, down and hold. I slide a little bit. Hold, hold. 3, 2, 1. Take a break. Woo! All right. Okay. All right, come into a seated position. Oh my gosh, my hair. Woo, looking like a hot mess. All right. I'm getting no feedback because I can't see you guys, but I hope you guys are loving this. Take a seat. What we're gonna do, your arms are gonna be down. We're gonna bring the arms up. And we're gonna bring the arms down. We're gonna bring the arms up and down. This is for your core. Okay, so option 1, Okay, option 2 or option 3. We're gonna do that, okay? Choose your option. Ready? On your own time. I'm not gonna say up or down, just on your own time. Work in that core. Good. Such a simple act, and it is freaking insane. That's it. Relax your shoulders. Don't bring your shoulders up. Relaxing the shoulders. That's it. That's it. Keep going. 3, 2, and 1. Take a quick break. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Up and down. I'm trying to be mindful of everyone's time. That's it. While still getting a badass workout. That's it. Keep going. I can do hard things. I'm a badass. 3, 2, 1. Take a break. All right. All right. We're going to finish this off. We're going to stand up. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go side to side. It's kind of like a little bit of a skater. Okay. So you're going to go like this. Bring your arm down. We're going to go side to side. So you can step, or you can be like a bunny and you can jump a little bit side to side. All right. There's going to obviously be a surprise, but I can't tell you what it is. All right, here we go. Side to side. Let's go. Side to side. Choose. Are we stepping? Are we hopping? That's it. Crossing that leg behind. That's it. That's it. Keep going. Touching the floor if you can, or just reaching. 3, 2, 1. All right, squat it out. What? Yes, squat it out. Squat it out. Booty back. Booty back. Come on. That's it. Breathing heavy. Palms are sweaty. Knees weak. Arms. Woo! Keep going. 3, 2, 1. Take a quick break. Shake it out. All right. Side to side. Let's go. Side to side. Side to side. Come on. Side to side. That's it. Side to side. Side to side. That's it. Keep going. Side to side. 3, 2, 1. Squats. Booty back. That's it. Good. Keep breathing. What are you saying to yourself? I got this. I can do this. I'm this badass. Keep going. Keep going. 3, 2, 1. Stay in the hold. Stay in the suck. Stay in the suck. Give me some punches. Come on, stay down. Punch. Punch. Come on. Limiting belief. Goodbye. Doubt. Goodbye. Comparison. Goodbye. Keep going. Punch it out. Punch it out. Let's go. Your old identity. Goodbye. Overthinking. Goodbye. People pleasing. Goodbye. I'm not sure of myself. Yes, you are. That's it. Keep going. Stay low. Punch. Punch. Faster. Come on, faster. Let's go. Come on, faster. Get lower. Get lower. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Punch. Punch. You're strong. You're strong. Let's go. Come on. Whew. Yep, this is the burnout. This is the burnout. Come on. Punch it out. Punch it out. 4, 3, but we're not done. Stay in the suck and pulse. We are not done. No, we aren't. Holy shit balls of fire. Pulse. 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 Holy moly. Come on. Come on. Last bit, hold. That's it. All we're doing is holding. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. I can do hard and challenging things. Hold, hold. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Holy moly. All right. Grab some water. We're going to stretch it out. All right. Take your right leg. I might be opposite of you, but take one leg, bring it back. Hold on to something if you need. If you were here in person with me, I'd give you my hand to hold. Take that leg, cross it, and go back. And you can hold on to something, stretching out the booty. All right, take that same leg, bring it forward, lean back, stretching the hamstring. You can stay here, you can reach down. Just don't push on your knee. All right, other side. Holding that quad, bring your hips forward. Pancake butt. Make a pancake butt. All right, cross that leg over, sit back into your chair. Flexing that foot to protect your knee, holding it, stretching out the glute. Then we have our Q&A. Hopefully you guys are excited. Forward, lean back. You guys should have so much clarity now that we shuck it out. All right, come up, shoulder stretch, one arm across, dropping the shoulder down. Bring that same arm behind, tricep. All right, other side, crossing that arm. You can shake it out, you can do a little dance, whatever you want to do. All right, bring that arm up. All right, arms behind your back. You can either stay here, stretch out your chest, or you can fold forward, stretch it out. You can go side to side, stretching out your chest, or just staying here. This is perfect. This is so lovely. All right, hands on the floor. Hold it here, walk to the right. Walk to the left. Center and slowly roll up. Slowly, head is the last thing to come up. All right, give yourself a big hug. Say thank you, body. Thank you, body. All right. Okay, so I want to know how you guys are feeling. So as we were making the transition to do the next session, which is the Q&A, drop in the chat one word to describe how you feel after that badass workout. Let me know how you're feeling, and I will bring my camera upstairs. You guys can get settled. Sorry, we're not going to shower because we don't have time. So we're just going to get our stuff together and we'll have our Q&A. But in the chat box, let me know how that workout was for you, and I will go upstairs. All right, see you guys in like 2 seconds. Okay, we're moving on to the Q&A. We just had a lovely workout. And if you guys have a question, you can drop it down below. For the workout, people said feeling the burn, feeling strong and powerful, humbling, awesome. Yes, burns. Go, Lorna. Amazing. I took a walk that's more in line with my health challenges, but it was a badass walk. Like, let's give it up for Diane. Like, that's incredible. And you know what? I love when you listen to your intuition. Like, this is what it's all about. You know, when you can say, that's not really for me, I'm going to do my own thing. Like, that is literally the most badass thing that you can do. The most badass. So, Diane, we freaking love you. You're amazing. Thank you for being here. Okay, Mr. Bean, we're going to kick it off with this question. Okay, Aaron says, if you have been engaging in habits and routines for a few days that aren't in line with your identity, how can you most reality get yourself back on track and realign with your new identity? So, Andrew, I'm going to let you answer this, but the first thing I just want to share, like, almost, I hate rules. F the rules, right? We're going to say F the rules. But my rule of thumb is I call myself out. I call myself out, and it's literally nothing special. I say to myself, this isn't who you are. I call myself out. And I say, if you want to be this person, but your actions aren't matching that, I literally say to myself, what are you doing? In the most loving way. And my rule of thumb is if it's like 2 days, if it's one day, that's fine. If it's 2 days, it's fine. Sometimes I have a 3-day rule, 2 days, doesn't really matter. But if it's been like 2 days, I'm like, listen, we've had our comfort. You've had that share. Now let's get back to reality. And I literally just say to myself, this isn't who you are. Literally, you said simple. This is what I say to myself. This is not who you are. I've had to call myself out multiple times. And I also think it's important to have somebody else that can call you out. And whether this is me or someone else, I get Andrew all the time. I say, do you see something that I don't see? Like I'm not being the person that I want to be right now. Like, what do you see that I need a shift? You know, and it's like sometimes just like a different perspective, different set of eyeballs. But I think the most effective way is this isn't who I am. But Andrew, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Sure. I think there's a fine balance. There's a balance between compassion and discipline. And the hardest thing is knowing which one of those you have to use in that moment, because you could be on a track of like a 2-day stint of doing things you know you shouldn't be doing. It could be like a 10-day stint, and you're then realize on the 10th day like this doesn't match who I'm becoming. And the key is for you to know the difference between both. A lot of times when we are setting a behavior or we're changing something, what we're doing is we're setting a standard. So picture it like a goalpost. You're going to go and you're going to set a goalpost and you say, here is the goalpost. Whenever we then go to meet that goalpost or to move past it, what happens is sometimes we fall a little short of the goalpost that we set. Normally, what people then do is they go, oh, shoot, I didn't hit the goalpost. So I'm going to move the goalpost. And this is where, Aaron, we tend to look at things like, how can I move back into alignment with it? How can I do something different? It's always, how do I change the goalpost? In reality, we should not change the position of the goalpost. We should not change the standard. We change the way we feel in regards to that standard. And that's the definition of compassion versus discipline. To what Lorna said, if we feel a sense of guilt, if we feel a sense of shame, if we feel a sense of resentment that is building, this is where we have to take a look at, why are these feelings coming up? Is it coming because I am avoiding it? Or is it coming because I'm trying to distract myself? If it is through avoidance or distraction, then what we need is we need a form of discipline. So, like Lorna says, if it's a couple of days, like she moves, what I like to say is if it happens more than 2 or 3 times for me, that's when I go, there's not going to be a fourth. Same thing, like, for example, with exercise, like I exercise and I try, like, if for some reason I have to move my workout this day, I'm going to make sure that I show up the next day. And that's totally fine. Discipline does not mean overhauling everything. And this is not just for you, Aaron, this is for everyone. It means, what is one thing that I can do to move myself closer? So sometimes the most disciplined thing for you to do is to just recognize that you're out of integrity with the intentions that you set, that you're out of your habit patterns. It doesn't mean you have to completely overhaul your life and your schedule or change your habits. Sometimes it's just recognition to put you on the path of doing better. So discipline is what is the next best thing. I'm not really concerned about discipline because I think everyone here on this call is a very self-led person and they take action. Usually, what most people lack is compassion, where we get really hard on ourselves for not 100% missing the mark because the goalpost is really far. So, this is where, if we take a look and we go back to where's this feeling come from? If there's guilt and there's resentment, and the answer is why, and you're like, I just feel like I'm falling short of who I am, it's not I'm avoiding or I'm trying to distract myself. If there's fear that's involved, this is where sometimes doing more is not going to be better. This is where we actually have to take a step back and give ourselves some compassion. Like a great example, you could genuinely, say, hey, look, I'm going to work out at 5:30, and then something happens with your kids, your entire day gets kiboshed, and then all of a sudden it's 7 o'clock and you're like, my workout's not going to happen. These things usually appear as one-off occurrences or something that does not repeat itself. So if it is a one-off instant that has not repeated itself multiple times before, I wouldn't really change anything in terms of the habits or the routines, Aaron. I would just, have the recognition, hey, look, this happened today, accept, and then move forward and move to just do better. So the aspect of changing your identity is all about the connection, that energy. Where we continuously put energy to is what is going to continuously grow all the time. So understand sometimes we don't have to do anything different. We just have to stay the course and make sure we're getting back on the horse more frequently.
Amazing. Okay. Next question. How can you be confident about trying to go back on track after you lost weight and then you gained a lot more because you ate a lot? You want to change, but you feel so low and feel shame when you look in the mirror. Then there's a comment, you have such energy after the workout. I love that. Thank you. So I think what's most important is anybody who, remember, your thoughts impact how you feel and your feelings impact how you behave. So if the thought is, oh my gosh, I fell off track, you're going to feel shame. And when you feel shame, you're going to act in alignment with that shame. I'm going to eat more. I'm going to say F it to my workouts. I'm going to say F it to all these routines because of that pattern, thoughts, feelings, behaviors. And so you have to say to yourself, what thoughts are you thinking? If you're thinking to yourself, oh man, like I feel so much shame, like I'm so off track, that needs to shift. You need to look at yourself in the freaking mirror and say, do you know who the F I am? I am not trying to go back to the old. I'm recreating this new because I guarantee when you lost weight, and I don't know the background, but I guarantee that it wasn't in an unstoppable badass way. Maybe it was restriction. It was over exercising. It wasn't in a badass way. You don't even want to go back there. So stop trying to go back to the old you. Are we addicted to an old identity or are we recreating the new identity? So think about excitement, right? If you want to be excited about change, we have to change the thoughts. I am doing something in the most sustainable, badass way. I'm going to love myself through the process. I'm going to have fun in the process. I'm going to surround myself with other badasses who are going to cheer me on. Whew, that's exciting. That is so much more liberating. You change the thought, you change the feeling, and then you change the behaviors. So that is the pattern, thought, behavior, action. And I think also, remember confidence. We had this whole conversation on confidence. Confidence comes through action. Shame blocks action. So I don't have to be confident. What I have to do is I have to act like the badass woman that I want to be. She respects herself. She eats to fuel her body. She rests when she's tired. She gives herself the tough love. Like, how would she act? How would she behave? You show up as that version of yourself. And my thought process always is you can't hate a body that you're always taking such good care of. So if you're taking really good care of yourself, there's no shame. You're like, I'm loving this process. I'm loving this person that I am. I feel so good. I'm unstoppable. Nothing can stop me. I cannot be stopped. So change your thoughts. That's going to change your feelings and that's going to change your behaviors.
I want to speak to the piece of feeling so low and the shame when you look in the mirror. And I appreciate this as a question to Daria, and hopefully that's how you say your name. If not, just correct me. Um, Going through this process, when we set goals or when we set definitions of what success looks like for us, a lot of people put the focus on the outcome instead of the feeling when it comes to the result. So, for example, something like weight loss starts off with, I want to feel healthier. I want to feel better. I want more energy. I want to feel more confident. And those things are internal outcomes. And then what happens is we then start to address external outcomes where it stops being about feeling better and it starts being about 25 pounds. And if it's 22 pounds, we failed. Or if I lose the 25, but then I gain back 10, then I failed. We need to separate the external because the external is conditional. Anything we change internally is unconditionally. Feeling better, being more confident, having more love, having more energy, these things affect every aspect of your life. And notice how they don't have a specific weight number, a specific shape, a certain definition, or something that you can or can't fit into. All of these things have to do with the way that you get to show up every single day. So it's okay to set goals, but the feeling of low is when we become attached more to the external outcome than we do to the internal process. Because here's the thing, we're all going to hit a goal, and at some point, there's no more. So weight loss is very easy to talk about this. There's going to become a point where you can't lose more weight. What then? There's going to come to a point where your body is not going to physically change. And it goes from building muscle to now I just have to sustain myself. What now? There's going to be a point in your career where, depending on the type of industry you're in, there's a limit to how much money you can make. So if we always set these goals of more equals better and external means that I get validation, then this is why the lowness experiences. Because every time you don't meet that mark, you're going to feel a certain way about it. Whenever we work on internal things, happiness, fulfillment, excitement, alignment, presence, energy, you can't have like, oh, I gained only a little bit of energy. You still gained energy. Whether you gained a ton or you gained a little, there's no sense of negativity. So what I would encourage everyone is from this question to really take a look at, is this an internal outcome that I'm seeking, or is it an external outcome outside of me? Because whenever we're looking to change, anything internal has no negative attachment to it. You can't get too little of love. That just exists. You can't be too little of alignment. It just exists. And so there's no feelings of lowness that are present there.
Boom, we're doing rapid fire style here. Okay. Honestly, we can talk for like hours and hours and hours, but again, we want to be respectful of your time and our time as well too. There's incredible questions. I'm not sure if we'll get to everyone, but let's see. I listened to Curb Your Cravings audio in the portal. A couple of times you said it's okay to have a snack when you're not hungry because it tastes good, but obviously not all the time. How can you tell when it's okay to have a snack when you're not hungry and when it's time for tough love? So, Brittany, I know you're going to love this answer. Even though you didn't ask this question, I always say if you're asking the question, it's probably not the right time. So, like, I would like, it's like, oh, should I have a snack? There might be something that is like, I'm just bored right now. I just had a stressful day and I'm like trying to like convince myself that it's okay. So like I'm going to ask myself, like, should I have it? But we already know, right? And so remember, cravings are very specific and if you kind of have to ask yourself, like, oh, like, should I have something? Like, it might not be the right time. Also, check in with your body. If, it's like, okay, yeah, we can eat what we're craving and that's all great. But it's like, okay, I've had like cookies like every single day and like I'm not feeling the best. I'm like, I have low energy and I'm like bloated and I'm like lethargic. Well, you got to give yourself the tough love because it's not that you can't have that, but it's like you're not respecting yourself at this point. Right. So it's a boundary out of tough love to be like, listen, right? You're not feeling the best. You're lethargic. You're bloated. This is not how you're operating. You want to have high standards for yourself. You want to treat yourself like the badass woman that you are, and feeling like bloated or tired and lethargic, that's not her. And so this is where it's like, I'm going to give myself tough love to be like, I can have it again tomorrow, but right now I'm not feeling the best. Andrew, do you have anything to say on this one?
Yeah, just something quick on the um so there's a piece here which really the question is asking, could this be a distraction or am I legitimately hungry to actually eat this thing? Um the word distraction is distance, reaction. That's distraction. So whenever we are questioning doing something, and it's not just food, like, man, should I like go for a walk right now, even though I have like 15 minutes worth of work or like an hour's worth of work that I have to do? It's just a 15-minute walk. When Lorna talks about the questioning piece, is there something you're distancing yourself from that's causing you to react? And the reaction is, should I eat the thing? Should I take the break? Should I do this thing? If it's not a reaction, you get to choose, and there's really no thought behind it. And this is where it's going to feel like it's not friction. So I would ask yourself when you feel that feeling, what am I trying to distance myself from? Is there something I'm trying to distance myself from? Maybe I have a hard time sitting on my own with my own thoughts. Maybe I have a hard time being present. Maybe I'm avoiding something, a conversation or going back to work. What is prompting this reaction? And the reaction is, I'm going to eat the thing. And if you say, no, there's nothing, I'm not distancing myself and I'm just genuinely hungry for that thing, then like Lorna said, go for it. I mean, that's one of the best pieces of advice that, Lorna's the expert on this stuff. But usually whenever something questions in our mind, should I be doing this or can I do this? It's usually because we're trying to distance ourselves from something. That's what.
Amazing. Okay, let's go on. When I'm on a walk or any activity outside, I feel unstoppable. Like, and I can achieve anything. But as soon as I'm back in the house, I can be back in the pantry in 5 minutes. How can I hang on to that unstoppable feeling all the time? I want to ask you guys all a question. Being on this call for, yes, I'm using my fingers, 2, 3, 4, almost 4 hours now. Did you pretty much feel unstoppable for the majority of the time? Let me see. Are we sleeping? Are we awake? Hello? Knock knock. I did. Heck yes. 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 No. Why not? We're tired from the workout. Hell yes, even when sick. I didn't feel like a badass when I almost fell over trying to balance. I feel more motivated on lives, yes, but otherwise, yes. Okay. So when you surround yourself with people, right? People that are going to hold you to a high standard. Now, obviously, when we're back in the house, it's like we're almost like back to reality. And this is why it's like, what other systems can I have in place? Right. And so the thing is, there's nothing wrong where it's like, oh, something's wrong with me now. I'm all of a sudden back in the house and I'm back in the pantry. But it is, what about the walk? What about this call? What about being in my workout that makes me feel like I'm a badass? Is it the thoughts that I'm speaking to myself? Maybe on your walk, you're listening to something. Maybe it's the music that creates a feeling in your body that's like, oh, like I can do anything. On this call, right? It's like we're moving our body, we're creating state changes, we're around other badasses who get you that it's like, oh my gosh, I can do anything. So, how can we extract feedback here and say, if I am at my house, what needs to shift? Is it the thoughts that I'm thinking to myself, oh, I'm in the house, I'm just going to go into the pantry? Is that the identity that we're always telling ourselves? As soon as I get in my house, I'm in the pantry. I can't control myself when I'm in the house. Is that a story? What can you say to yourself instead? And what systems can you put in place? So it's like before I go into the pantry, maybe I'm going to listen to something. Maybe I'm going to create a state change in my body because there was something that shifted in your frequency and your vibration that you felt when you're on your walk, when you're on this call. So brainstorming different things that you can do. Maybe it's like you just finished work, and before you walk into the house, what can you say to yourself? What is something you can plug into your ears to get you back into that frequency?
Give you guys a great example. I'm sure all of you have been on vacation at one point. And when you were in the spots in the vacation, Florida, Greece, someplace out there, you're like, man, I feel like I have so much energy. I feel so present. I feel so great. I don't feel scattered. And then you come back and you return to your old environment, the old thoughts, the old way you did things. You'd step into work the same way. And then you go, oh man, this is such a huge contradiction. It's an absolute, it's like stark difference between the way I felt on vacation and the way I feel now. I can tell you if you journal just on the stuff that Lorna had shared with you, or you take a look at it, it's all going to come down to the same thing. What do we do when we put ourselves in environments with people like this, or we go on vacation? What do? We take more time for ourselves. We spend more time being present. We start eating better. We start separating ourselves from our phones, and we start putting ourselves around people who really have a higher level of enjoyment. And guess what? When you do that, your environment starts to shift. Your thoughts start to be different. The way you feel starts to show up differently. So, just like you can go on vacation and come back and be like, wow, this is very different. The difference in the contrast, you losing that unstoppable feeling, saying, like, how can I carry this feeling all the time? It's happening in your life on purpose. If you like something and you're like, oh, I'd love to feel this way every day, the universe is going to show you all of the places where that feeling does not exist. Maybe you don't feel unstoppable at work. Maybe you don't feel unstoppable in your relationship. Great. You asked for that. You said, how can I hang on to this feeling? And so the universe goes, we'll show you every place you don't have it so you can find ways to put it there. And that's really where the work lies. The work lies in, well, when I was on vacation, I spent more time with my partner. So I could probably spend more time here. Or when I was in that new space and I had all this energy here, I had a large community. So maybe I got to go and find other communities in which I can share this energy. The answer always exists within you. It's just a matter of in that moment being open to whatever life is showing you. So if you're being shown a huge opposite to being unstoppable, cool. Life is your greatest teacher. Those are all the places where now you have the opportunity to say, where can I fit this energy in?
Amazing. Insecurity is all I've known, and I'm ready to leave it behind. The thoughts are so automatic and ingrained in all things, I almost don't even realize it's there. I want it gone. I know I have to live out everything we said in the first 2 hours of this experience. But is there any more insight, Lorna, you can offer on how you flip the switch from insecure to unstoppable? Well, the first thing is erase insecurity is all I've known. Like, I wouldn't even entertain that, because the thing is, like, when I was insecure and I wanted to be this unstoppable badass, I stopped looking at who I used to be. Like, I wasn't entertaining that anymore. And I said to myself, like, just who do I need to be on a day-to-day basis? And when we think back to the past of who we've always been, again, we become addicted to that identity. So the fastest way that I became an unstoppable badass is literally, I know it's so silly, but it's like I made this decision that it's who I am. And when you decide you can't go back, and when you find yourself slipping back and you do something that makes you feel insecure, you say, this isn't who I am, and then you take a different action. I think also, too, something that has really transformed my life is there is nothing special about her. There's nothing different about her. There is nothing that I need to change, nothing I need to do. And I say nothing I need to change because this is who you already are. I want you guys to all, when Andrew was talking, I said we have to bridge the gap between who you are and who you want to be. This person is within you. There's a theme. Did you guys see my suitcase that Andrew got for me? It literally says coming home to myself. When you remind yourself who the F you are and you say, I'm already this person. There's nothing magical different about this person. They've just decided, I am her. I am her. And people don't want to believe that because it's like, but Lorna, it can't be that easy. But like, I can't just decide to be unstoppable. Yes, you can. Yes, you absolutely can. And, you know, Brittany, I know that we've had a few conversations, but again, I think the biggest thing for you is like, but it's all I've known, right? It's all I've known. Like, let's literally not even entertain that, right? That is who you were in the past, but it's like you've transitioned, you have transformed. I am this unstoppable badass, and I am choosing to see everything from this lens. So it's that decision of no longer going back to what was and to what is, and to claim, to own, to confirm that this is who I am, that I am this unstoppable badass. I just saw myself that way. And then everything else really started to shift.
Well, that question was for you, Lorna. I'm gonna sneak in here and say some stuff. Going back to the actor. In your life, there are three positions, just like there is in a play. You can be the audience member, you can be the actor, or you could be the person who is directing the show. And understand that all three of those roles exist at the same time, and you get to be all of them. The audience member is when you are watching your life happen to you. And there have been times and situations where, and this happens, by the way, in good or bad. Good is, man, I'm on the beach. I'm just watching my family play in front of me, and I just want to take this in. And you're the audience member, and you're not here to change anything. You're just here to enjoy the show. That's great. But maybe there are parts in your life you don't really like the way that the show is playing out. Well, you can't change it if you're an audience member. This is where, for most of the part of the time, we have to step in and we have to be the one actually in the play. The one in the play is acting, the one taking on the identity, the one saying the lines, the one who doesn't go off script. But this is the hard part about changing identities, is sometimes we go, but this is the script that I know. Imagine practicing a play for 10 months, and then the day before you get told, the script, we're not going with this. And you go, but I know these lines. I know them so well, I don't even have to think about them. This is just the stuff that I say. And so what happens is you show up, and as that actor, you have a hard time changing the scripts. Very few of us have the opportunity or take the opportunity to step into the role of director. Remember, you're writing and designing your own life. You get to be the one that writes the lines for all parts. You get to choose what part you want to play. And if you don't like the lines, and if you don't like the script, you're also the ones writing it. It's easy when you see it separated like this, but understand this is all happening at the same time. The question is, which one are you constantly choosing every moment of every day? Sometimes we're very unconscious about it. We slip into the member of audience or the member of, hey, I'm just playing the role, and we didn't consciously choose it. I spent about 5 years of my life going from, I'm very, like, I don't want to be an audience member only anymore. I want to actually be on stage, and I couldn't get off the stage. I was always playing a part. I was showing up a certain way for my community. I was showing up a certain way for my business. I was showing up a certain way with Lorna. This is where you feel like you have a lot of masks and you just wish, oh man, I wish this could be just one person. It can be if you're the director, but that's where you got to take that step through. So, Brittany, when you take a look at those words, the story is reinforced because you believe the only role you can play is the role of the actual actor. Like, this keeps playing out. I can only act this way. I want to change, but this is my role. It's not. It's not. We can all be directors of our lives. And sometimes we go, well, I've never really directed before. Beautiful. There's always the first, you know, first play that someone ever made. And like the first time, like there's always the opportunity for you to continue to grow and step outside of yourself. And that's what that is. But we have to ask ourselves in choosing that role, what are the responsibilities that go with that role? One of the reasons why people avoid the role of director is because when you screw up, it's your fault. It's so hard to live a new identity and a new life. And then you say, if this doesn't work out, it's on me. But it's always been on you. I think that's a good thing. Saying it's my fault, I control everything. I know the outcomes. I hold the pen that writes my own story. I take the ultimate ownership. A relationship didn't work out. I was part of that relationship. A job didn't work out. I was part of that relationship too. I was part of the connection. So we look at that because we're concerned that the responsibility is going to be too much for us, but we've already, like, everyone is on this call because you've stepped from being an audience member to actually being a part of the cast. Cool. Now you got to direct. Like your identity is no longer suited to be just a role in the play.
And I think, seeing yourself as this director can feel like, but that's like a big step, or like that's like a leader role, or like I don't see myself that way. But again, it's like we have to see ourselves differently. And the fastest way to start seeing ourselves differently is having people reflect back to you who you are. And I hope that, you feel that through Andrew and I, of like, the way that we see you, right? It's like I'm just going to tell you that you're the director. Like, you don't have to climb the ladder and like, let me make my way. It's like, I'm the director, claiming it, owning it. There's no like, but like, first I have to do this, and then I have to figure out how to do it. When we ask how, when we figure out we have to climb the ladder, it's like we lose the magic. It's like, I'm just deciding that I am this director right now. Like it again, it seems like it's such an easy like switch, but what is in the way of even the mind of like, but to get to being the director, but I'm not perfect yet, or I'm not this person yet, or like I can't be the director. You can. Okay. I'm not sure if other people in the group deal with chronic pain. There are some days where I try to push through despite being in bad pain or feeling sick. I then have this internal battle of, but other people can do it. Why can't I? Even though I know why I can't, I still feel guilty and push too hard. It's chronic pain and chronic illness. For example, some days I had bad migraines and I can't exercise. How do you remind yourself that it's okay? How do you have compassion for yourself in that regard? Well, that's a beautiful question. And what I will say is, you're not choosing this. You're not like, I just don't feel like it. Yeah, I don't want to. You are this unstoppable badass because you have awareness. I know my limits. I know I can't. And so there should be no feelings of guilt. Guilt is when it's like, I can do something and I'm not. Like, I can, but I just choose not to. Like, I can go for a beautiful walk, but like, I'm just going to sit and watch TV. And I'm not saying that's bad either, but it's like, but I can. When there's certain things I can't do. There is no other room for anything else other than compassion because you're not choosing this. In fact, what you're actually doing in those situations, can you see that you're choosing yourself? Oftentimes, but I'm not doing it, but she's doing more. Yeah, but what you're doing is you're choosing yourself. That's the best thing that you can do for yourself. This is what I need right now. We say yes to ourselves. Say yes doesn't mean do what I'm doing, do what this person's doing, because as soon as we do that, we enter comparison. Oh, it sucks that I can't do that and she can't. Forget about her. Forget about everyone else. Did I listen to my body today? Did I honor her? Did I meet my needs today? I couldn't do that workout today. So I chose to rest. And I am so damn proud of myself. Can you see that as a win instead of a failure? Can you see that as I listened to myself, I honored myself? I think we often think it's like, again, I talk about pedestals of like sometimes we think that, you know, if I push, that's like the best thing. That's not always the best thing. Sometimes the best thing that you can do is relax and not do the thing. And there's going to be seasons, right? And again, maybe this chronic pain has been for years, right? But it's like instead of focusing on what I can't do, it's like, what can I do? So maybe I can't do that workout or I can't do something else. But you know what? I pulled out a book and I read one of my favorite books. And I chose to take that time to say yes to myself still. So it's not an opportunity to throw in the towel and be like, well, I can't work out and like that sucks and I'm in pain and like just going to go eat or whatever. You know, it's like I'm still choosing myself in this moment. And you got to see that having a bad migraine and the fact that you can't exercise, you're still choosing yourself. You still have a window of opportunity to choose yourself. How am I going to fill up that space? I think also, like, let's again not look outside, right? Like, let's not look at what anybody else is doing because they're not you. They're not in your situation. So it's literally crazy for you to be comparing yourself to somebody who doesn't have chronic pain. Like, that's literally crazy. When I was pregnant and there were certain things that I couldn't do, right? I could look at other people and be like, oh, look at her, look at doing all those things. But this is where I'm at right now. And the moment you say it's me versus me, it's the moment that you stop looking externally and you just take it day by day. You focus on yourself. Am I still treating myself with respect? That is how you win. That is how you remind yourself it's okay. You stop looking at what everyone else is doing.
I keep focusing as I'm reading this question, the word guilt over and over again. Whenever there are things that are out of our control or outside of our ability to do things, you can only focus on what you can control. Can I control chronic pain? Can I control cancer? There are certain things that are going to be outside of your control. When it's outside of your control, when we try to control something and it feels like it's outside of our control, that's when we start to feel the sense of guilt. And so there are aspects or parts of our life that we either have to accept in its entirety or we have to reject in its entirety. We cannot be in between either or. So, great example. Let's use chronic pain. If, well, I'll use my knees because I've been a runner my entire life. My knees hurt when I run. And guess what? I've had to accept because unless I want knee replacement at the age of 34, it's just not going to fly with me. I have to accept that I cannot run every single day. I love running, but my acceptance for the limitation of what is means I run once every 2 weeks, and that's okay. I've accepted it. Energetically, it holds no power over me. And I know that the days that my knees hurt are usually after the days that I run. And through that, I've recognized in that moment that it is not a limitation of doubt, as in, oh, I'm not able to push through the pain. Oh, it's so hard for me to do this. Or, oh, I feel like I'm not living up to my potential. It is an acceptance for what is, where it's, look, if I continue to run at the pace at which I'm going to need knee replacements before I'm 40. So We all have things in our life that has to be an acceptance of what is. Great example. I have a beautiful friend and mentor whose wife has stage 4 breast cancer. And this is the man who gives everything to everyone. And guess what? He can't control his wife's journey. He can't control whether or not she goes through this journey smooth, whether or not she even survives and makes it through this aspect. He can't control any of that. So either he rejects it and he fights until he can fight no more, or you accept. There are certain things which we should reject. Usually, when we reject things, it's notions and ideas of others. If someone tries to put a limitation on you, you'll never amount to that. You'll never be able to do it. You'll never be healed. You'll never be free. You know what? You'll never get that promotion. That's when it is okay to reject. I reject that idea. I reject that my growth is here. I reject the notion that I can't be better or that I can't continue to grow or that you're putting a boundary on me. Both exist, but we can't live between both. Because if you don't have a form of acceptance and acknowledgement and accepting who you are, we're not perfect people. There are going to be tons of things which we will never be able to do, like singing. I wish I could sing. No, no chance. You would never want me to sing a song ever. And that's okay because I've accepted that's not a skill that I'm willing to entertain or even go off and do. Pain is hard because pain is something like we feel like we can control. But whether your pain is physical or it's mental or it's emotional, everyone has pain. And to say that you're going to live a pain-free life, you, that makes no sense. So you have to accept what form of pain in your life you are getting. Some people, it's emotional pain. They lose their partner. And like my friend has to confront that before his wife passes or lives. What is it going to look like if this happens? That will be a pain he will live with, which will probably hurt more than chronic stiffness or whatever the issue is. But we all have a form of pain that we carry. That's the burden. The work is not to make our life easy. The work is to go through our life and show, despite of the difficulties, what we can do with this pain being present.
So good. Are you guys loving Andrew's responses? I feel like I talk to him every day, and half the time I'm still like, I'm mind blown by this. Like, I hope you guys are getting so much value from this. And Andrew, thank you for taking your day and taking time to be here with all of us. We so appreciate your incredible wisdom, brain, um, great insights. Yes. I can't say how thankful I am for the session. You guys are amazing people. I'll continue to watch you. Hope to learn more from you. Oh, no worries. Okay, take care. Thank you for being here. Love both of your perspectives. Yes.
I
Okay.
appreciate it. I just appreciate everyone being open. Like, I just
Yeah.
love the fact that you guys have given yourself permission to just go there because that's 90% of this battle is just the openness to go there. Many people don't want to be the person who goes into the garage and starts opening the boxes and makes more of a mess than they start cleaning things up. That's just how life is. And that's just why I think it's so great that you're all here.
Yeah. Love your breakdown of words and their meaning, Andrew. Yeah. So good. And the best part is it's like the more that we get to know you, the more like we can kind of call you guys out in the most like loving way and just like say it as it is. But for everyone who is just like on this call and super open, we appreciate that. So we're not done yet. We still have we have special guests still. You're probably wondering, like, who? Like Dominus? No. Who else in the family? We have a few more special guests, but before that, I want to share a reminder for the giveaway, and then we're going to share a special invitation for a few of you special badasses on this call. And then we're going to have our special guests coming up on the call that we have not announced yet. So they're completely anonymous, but you're going to get to hear from them very soon. Thank you guys so much. Some days I can exercise, do everything, and others I can't. I appreciate all the days where I can and work on accepting what I can't. It is what it is. Thank you so much for your support. Well, I appreciate you even bringing that forward, because do you see how when one person goes first, other people feel less alone? People might not see. There was an entire thread that says, I also felt that way too. And this is not like poor us, like this is like a community of badasses who are helping you rise, helping you see things differently, shifting your perspective. And that is so beneficial. So you're never alone, but it takes you going first to be vulnerable, to share your heart, to then have that breakthrough. So thank you for opening up and also sharing as well too, because there was a lot of people that I'm sure were thankful that you shared that question. Okay, so before we share, a reminder for the giveaway. Have you guys entered the giveaway? Have you entered the giveaway? We are giving away a ticket to the Unstoppable Badass event, and we're giving away 2 months of Conquer. And even if you already have your ticket or you're inside of Conquer, you can still win. All you need to do is register, which you've done, show up live, what you've done. And if you're watching this on the replay, you can still join. You can invite a friend to this. We are coming to a close, not yet, but we're almost complete here. You can still share this with a friend. If you had a breakthrough, do not dare let your friend not have the same breakthrough or a similar breakthrough. Do not let your coworker or your mom or your sister or somebody who can truly benefit from this, do not rob them of that. If you are saying yes to yourself, there are also other people that really want to say yes to themselves, but maybe they didn't hear about this experience. So share with them, invite them to watch the replay, invite them to experience this as well too, and you're going to get a point. And if you have not yet messaged me what your biggest takeaway was, message me your biggest takeaway literally right now. Go and message me. Yeah, friends don't let friends fall into energetic spike traps, right? Like, don't be that friend. So invite somebody and also send me a message right now. Send me a message what your biggest takeaway was. What did you love about this experience? What are you taking away? What shifted for you? What was a breakthrough? Message me what your breakthrough was, and that will automatically be a point. We are going to be announcing the winner on, I was going to say September. Oh my Lanta. A week from today, which is April 25th. So you still have time. I want to give you guys space and time to invite your friends, your coworkers, a family member, a mom, a sister, right? And just let me know their name so I can put it in the draw for you guys. Okay. So are we ready for something really special? We are going to invite you into something next freaking level. How many of you guys love this experience? Did you have a good time? Even, you know what, just right now, even drop your breakthroughs in the chat. What did you love most about this experience? Was it the training session? Was it the Q&A? Was it the breakout rooms? What did you love most about this experience? We have something really incredible to share with you guys. And we are going to invite you into something really special, but I want to be clear that this invitation isn't for everybody. This is for a few select individuals who are serious about their transformation, serious about their growth, serious about taking everything to the next level. You can just feel it bubbling up, like even on this call, like you can feel it within you that there's something more for you. There's more for your life. There's more joy, more pleasure, more fulfillment, more confidence, more certainty, more connection, more growth. And you just know that you scratched the surface of what's actually capable for you. You just scratch the surface of what you're actually capable of. Your potential has just been like tapped. You know what's so much greater than how you're actually living right now. And even if you are living a great life, a good life, you're like, I want to live an extraordinary life. I don't settle for a good life. I want an extraordinary life. And if that's you, drop a heck yes in the chat. You're like, I don't want a good life. I want a life that feels like magic every single day. I want a life that feels like joy every single day. Heck yes. Heck yes. Amazing. Heck yes. Oh yeah, baby. It's so good. I'm just sending Andrew something. Okay. So you want to get to a point where you're 80 years old And you're like, I gave it everything that I got. And I'm so freaking proud of myself that I went for it, that I didn't hold myself back, that I didn't hold on to an identity that I have outgrown, but I actually became the person that I was meant to be. There's no disconnect. There's no, I know I can do this, but I didn't. I know I can be this person, but I'm holding on to this old identity. So if that's you, I'm speaking to you. Okay. So we are going to share. I'm going to share my screen. Are you guys ready? Drum roll. Drum roll, please. Do we know what it is? What do you think I'm going to invite you guys into? Do you guys have an idea of what I'm going to invite you into? Do we have an idea? Do we have any guesses in the chat box? Who is my smart queens in the chat? Do we know? I'm obviously inviting you into something. I'm not going to give you guys this breakthrough and just be like, peace out, bye. What are the hints? Any hints? Mastermind? Unstoppable event? All right. Well, we're going to share our screen. Here we go. Ready? Tio Bobs, Toronto Bobs. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, making sure, can you see my screen that says introducing? Can you see that screen? Okay, amazing. Let me just get everything sorted here. I have the chat open. I have the presentation. I've got all the things. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, amazing. Are we ready? Introducing ba-na-na-na-na, the Unstoppable Badass Event 2.0. Are we excited? Are we ready? We're going to tell you all about this experience. The event of the year. This is where you come home to the unstoppable badass that you already are. We talked about she's not far off in the distance. She's actually right there. The theme of this event is coming home to myself, coming home to the unstoppable badass woman that's already within me. There's not something that I have to change, or there's not some like magical thing that I need to fix about myself. I got to learn how to come home to myself and see myself for the unstoppable badass woman that's actually within me. 6 weeks to go. Yes, can't wait. Some of you guys already have your tickets, which is incredible. So we're going to dive into this. This event is a 2-day in-person experience on May 30th and 31st. If you loved this experience on Zoom, we literally just scratched the surface of what is actually going to happen when we're in person. This was already super transformative. I'm sure you guys had tons of breakthroughs. And when we were actually in person, this is when everything starts to shift. So this is an intimate in-person experience. We are going to kick off on the Friday, which is May 29th, with a special meet and greet. You guys know how powerful it is to be around other people who are just like you. Connection is everything. I'm sure you guys have been in chats with family members, coworkers, neighbors, and you're like, I don't belong here. Why is everyone so negative? Why is everyone complaining? Why is everybody like just not happy? And you're like, I don't think I belong here. It's not that you don't belong. Who have you been talking to? You might have a community, but the people that you're leaning on aren't the right people to do this work. Even your partner, therapist, talking to your mom, talking to your best friend, if they aren't on this journey, they won't get you. If they don't value growth at the level that you do, you're going to get a lot of, I don't know if you should do that. Be careful. You're crazy doing that. Instead of being around other badasses who are like, you got this. I'm so proud of you. So all of you guys have a community. You need to be around people who get you. But who are you surrounding yourself with? You need to have people that have gone through this experience that understand this on a deep level. People who understand the problem, the process, the solution. They are the ones who are going to support you because they are also on this journey with you. A lot of you guys are holding on to things that are shameful. You think I'm the exception and you bottle that up. I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy enough. But it's not those things. You need to have people who see you for who you really are. So that's on Friday. That's on Friday. Then Saturday morning, the Unstoppable Badass event begins. We're going to kick off with a powerful meditation visualization session, grounding your energy, clearing your mind, prepping you for the most transformational weekend of your life. Then you're going to partake in the first session and you're going to go into small groups. So some of you guys experience the breakout rooms where you got to connect with somebody. Being in person is a whole other experience. Andrew's going to talk about being in person, but you're not here to play small. This is where you get locked in. This is where you get excited for your future self. This is where your mind will be expanded that literally anything is possible. Limiting beliefs get wiped away. You unlock these codes. Today, we talked about the importance of shifting your identity. And in this session, we're going to walk you through how to actually do this. We'll have the time, the space to go off in groups and actually implement this in real time. You're going to have Andrew and I literally right there with you, supporting you in real time on how to actually shift your identity. Okay. As part of your badass ticket, you will get a badass nourishing meal for lunch included in your ticket to fuel you up, to energize you, to soak you in for all the magic and all the lessons that you're going to learn. Then we have a breakthrough session with Andrew Costa. So he hasn't even had his own session on this call. He was just like a part of it. You are going to be able to actually experience an entire training with the one and the only Andrew Costa. So today we talked about fear of the unknown, fear of shifting your identity, fear of uncertainty. But when you are in alignment, you walk with the fear. You step into the unknown with confidence because you know who you are. You're making decisions fast. You stop doubting yourself. You stop hesitating. You actually press the gas pedal on your life to be this unstoppable badass woman. So in this session with Andrew, he's going to walk you through that in real time, how to reconnect to who you are in your life so that your life doesn't feel forced. There isn't a disconnect between who you are and who you're actually meant to be. Okay. Then we did not get to experience this today, but we're going to be part of an incredibly healing and powerful group breathwork session. How many of you guys have done a breathwork session with me? If you've done breathwork with me before, if you've done a breathwork experience, even if it hasn't been with me, what has been your experience? Let me know in the chat box. This is where we clear all limiting beliefs. Yes, so good. I have here. I just wanted to share that I really enjoyed the breathwork session. I actually eventually, after a lot of mind noise, finally felt like I can release and I had a bit of a cry, feel better now. This is the thing. Meditation isn't the same as breathwork. Meditation, you have the thoughts and you're trying to not think about the thoughts. Breathwork, you unhook the mind, you automatically get into your body. It's the fastest way to clear any limiting beliefs and to have the most beautiful emotional release. I love the breathwork session, so good. Yesterday's breathwork session was my favorite of all time. It reaffirmed that I'm on the right path. I can trust myself and work towards my goals by releasing the need to control and tie my identity to outcomes. So good. Breathwork is transforming. Love breathwork, clarifying, electric. Ooh, yeah, Galia came to the first event. So good. Okay. Now on Sunday, you step into your power. We are going to kick off Sunday with your badass workout session to really get your mind prepped. And again, you guys, this is for all levels. This is however you felt about the workout session today, like who cares? If you're like, I fell over and I couldn't do a single thing, like you showed up. You should be so freaking proud of yourself. No matter what your fitness level is, there's going to be modifications. There's going to be movement progressions. This is about showing up for yourself. This is about letting loose, having fun, not taking movement so seriously, trying new moves and having fun. Okay. How are we loving this? I'm like fired the heck up. Then we're going to dive into another training block, again, with other deep dive sessions with other badasses in the room. This one's about strengthening your intuition. You know how to rest without guilt. push yourself without burning out. And for the first time, you stop looking for permission and actually make decisions that feel completely in alignment for you. We talked about blinders on, like stop comparing yourself to other people. And in this session, you're going to have so much clarity on what's right for you, how to honor that feeling, how to trust yourself, how to actually build up a strong intuition so that you always have clarity. There's no more overthinking. You're not in your head overthinking. You know how to deeply connect to your body. The overthinking stops. You have clarity. You don't give a crap all what anyone else is doing. And this is going to free up so much mental space and energy inside of your mind. You're going to have so much time and energy back because you can actually make a decision without all the mental noise that comes with it. Okay. And then another delicious, badass lunch included in your ticket. Look how delicious that food is. Like, we are going to fuel you guys in the best badass way possible. Then we're going to have the final training block. And this one, how many of you guys know what to do, but you're not doing it? It's like, I know, like, oh, I know I should be doing this, but I'm not doing it. Maybe you say to yourself, like, again, I need to feel more confident. I'll do it when I feel ready. Once I look a certain way, once I feel less overwhelmed, but you don't do it. We're going to really get to the root of that, root of self-sabotage, because this is not about thinking about the badass woman that you want to be or journaling about her, believing her one day you'll actually get there. It's actually about being her. So most importantly, seeing yourself differently, having unshakable faith in yourself, and not just when things are going well. But like Erin mentioned in the chat, like you fall off for a few days and maybe you go back to old habits, you get rejected, or you find yourself slipping back into old ways of being. This is where most people lose themselves. They go, see, I can't be her. I can't do this. This isn't working. But inside this, you're going to respond differently. You're going to know how to trust yourself in those moments, how to keep moving forward instead of starting over, how to stop using setbacks as proof as to why you can't. A lot of you guys are like, oh, when I go on vacation, that's when I self-sabotage, or social events. Let's clear that. Let's clear that. That's a story. And we can completely shift that, and we can actually help you out of that. So this is your chance to break out of those stories. Why do I know what to do, but I'm not doing it? We're going to have an entire session on that. Now, this wasn't the only Q&A. This was just a small taste, but we're going to have a Q&A in person, in real time. This is your chance to get direct, personalized guidance so you can walk away with clarity on your next steps and how to transform all of the knowledge, right, that we are going to teach you in those 2 days into your everyday life. So this is going to be personalized and customized to you, okay? Okay, so are we ready for the options? There's 2 different options before we bring up our speakers. And by the way, there's a special bonus. You guys are going to fall off your seat when we share with you guys the bonus for joining now. We have never offered this before. You guys are literally going to fall off your seat. And if you have your ticket, you're going to get this included as well too. So there's 2 options. There's the first option, which is your badass ticket, which is the 2-day transformational lunch, or transformational lunch, the 2-day transformational experience. Lunch is included both days. Or you have the VIP badass ticket, which includes the 2-day transformational experience. Lunch is included on both days. And you're going to have an exclusive dinner with me on Saturday with a few select VIP badasses where you're going to be able to pull up a chair and be part of the next level exclusive conversations about your next evolution of you becoming unstoppable and having it all. Now, there was just a comment here from somebody who got their ticket and they said, I felt amazing, love committing to it so far out and thinking about all the progress and badass moves I'm going to make between now and then. Why is this so powerful? Just by saying yes, the moment you say yes to yourself is the moment your transformation happens. You see yourself differently. Andrew's like, it's so VIP, I can't even get into the dinner. It's true. He's not invited. We got to kick him out. It's literally that VIP. It's so special. So the moment you say yes to yourself is the moment your transformation happens. You start making moves in alignment with the badass woman that you know that you're meant to be starting today. Getting your ticket is a declaration. I am saying yes to being this person, not tomorrow, not next month, today. And why this works, when you are around other people, I've said it time and time again, when you are around other people who can reflect back to you what they see in you, you start seeing yourself differently. This is the fastest way to shift your identity. I'm giving you a cheat code here. The fastest way to shift your identity, instead of shifting it on your own, because you've been wearing the same glasses, you need a different perspective. People reminding you who the F you are. You now have a space to show up unapologetically as yourself. This is in the moment shifts. What would take weeks, months, years can happen in just 2 days in the right room with the right people. And you can even build lifelong friendships. Last year at 1.0, we had people who attended and they're still chatting today. They room together and they're still friends today. And these are actually people that you want to spend time with. Let's be honest, there are some people I'm like, I just want you to cancel on me. Like, I hope you cancel on me. But these are people that you actually want to spend time with. So, Andrew, why don't you share a little bit about the energy of being in person before we share the bonuses that you're going to fall off your chair with?
I mean, there's something different. Like there's a difference between being on Zoom and experiencing the community versus being in the room. And there's a reason why, like when you look at like tons of different events, Tony Robbins, Mel Robbins, people doing stuff in person, um, energy is something that is transmuted and it's something that is passed between people. So when you are actually physically in person, just like giving someone a hug, you can feel that versus I just like show up and put my arms around you. It's the same thing between like someone talking to you about how they climbed Mount Everest. They're sharing pictures and their energy is like, this was incredible. It was great. And you're looking at it and you go, yeah, that looks pretty, but it's not the same. And there's a reason why Lorna and I, like even being virtual coaches, come and we bring everyone in and bring the collective together because the energy that is in the room is something that continues to upswell. And there's something that's called an upswell where basically energy formulates and it starts building up. You get more fired up. You get more excited about going through the process. And to me, when I take a look at even like an in-person event or I take a look at it going anything, there's like an opportunity cost of not being in the room. You're going to you're going to hear people tell you in your life that there's effectively like if you're not there, then there's going to be like a consequence of like, oh, you're just going to stay the same way that you are now and there's going to be no really change into your life. But for me, I don't really see it that way. This aspect of being in the room, of being with people who care about you, who are rooting for you, who are actively supporting you, who are looking to continue to grow with you, it's so much more than just you're going to stay the same. To me, when I'm looking at being in the room and I'm looking at the potential, the friendships and the energy that's there, it's not risking staying the same, it's risking repeating. And if you think about it, if you don't put yourself into a state where energetically you can continue to grow, you're going to risk repeating, same patterns of overthinking, same patterns with food, the same, I don't know if I'm worthy, or the same, I don't know if I'm good enough for this. And this compounds. For me, the reason why I like being in a room and I like having people that I can actually like hold, hug, be with, celebrate with is because it turns into and compounds this state of where the energy carries afterwards. Lorna and I put ourselves into different mentorships and different partnerships because we recognize that every time our energy goes down, we can just tap back into that again. This is where you're not just borrowing energy, you're actually keeping people's energy and you're moving with it. It's why we get so fired up when we meet people in a room, why we spend time with our friends and our family. And the same thing happens. So, as opposed to not being in the room and it being another summer of not feeling confident, another summer and another year of not fully showing up, another year saying to yourself, oh, this is the year, but nothing changes identity wise, you're keeping reinforcing that version. It's like, no, we can actually think different. The real cost is staying in that same loop, going through the same cycle, you being just more frustrated and more disconnected from yourself. So for me, I love being a part of the room because the room affects every other aspect of my life. Like, well, some of you actually don't know this. I mean, I'm a part of a men's group. We're a part of business masterminds all the time, but being in those rooms lets me show up more connected to my partner, Lorna. Being in this room lets me show up in where I'm bringing all of the lessons I learned into my family. I'm actually affecting other rooms from the original room that I was in. And it's why Lauren and I do things in person, because this physical transformation, this physical embodiment ends up being something that's permanent. And if you think about it, I mean, think about how much energy you're spending right now, negotiating with yourself, feeling guilt, starting all over. That energy could be changed and could be going into your life. There are moments in your life right now, photos you avoid, events you don't fully enjoy, memories you're not fully present for. All of that can actually transform. You can be put into a space where the energy change and the embodiment is permanent. So for me, like being in this room and getting the ticket isn't just the result. It's like the first piece of proof that you're already her.
Yeah. And, you know, this is an opportunity, another opportunity for you to say yes to yourself. I think a lot of the time people say, I don't have joy in my life. And I'm like, well, are you saying yes to things that expand you? Are you saying yes to opportunities that make you feel electric? I'm going to use Callie's word. Are you saying yes to opportunities that give you joy back? The Unstoppable Badass event happens one time per year. I don't know if we'll do it next year. We have a son now who's 5 months old, but some of you guys reached out about the first event. And one of you guys in particular was like, it looks so amazing. And I didn't jump on it. And I actually realized that I just made excuses. It was going to be a busy time at work. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it work. I'm not even in the same city, the same country. But wait, that was a choice. Just like everybody else who made a choice to make it work. I made a choice to say, I can't, I'm not going to make it work. They just chose to decide different, to be in the room. And I didn't. I made an excuse. Remember, the fastest way to be unstoppable is not letting anything stop you. You are unstoppable. Nothing can stop you. The excuses, the fears, the doubts, the overthinking, but I'm not in the country. I'm not, I can't, I'm working. All of that overthinking is costing so much energy that you can be putting towards something that can actually change your life. And for me personally, when I had an opportunity to attend an in-person event in 2018, my initial reaction was, this sounds amazing, but I can't. It's an investment. I have to figure out how to make this work. I have to coordinate my work schedule, Andrew's schedule. It was not convenient at all. And I had so many thoughts in my mind that I can't. I'm shy. I'm awkward. I am not confident to be in the room. Like, who am I to be in the room with these people? Like, I'm not that person. I'm so nervous meeting new people. I don't know anybody. What if I say the wrong thing? What if I don't belong? And then I literally said to myself, that's the very reason why I need to be in the room. If I'm not confident yet, if I feel like I'm shy and I'm awkward and I don't feel like I belong, well, first, who am I surrounding myself with? These are the people who are just like me. It's not random people. They're like-minded. They have a big heart. They value growth. It's a judgment-free zone. And so that made my mind so much more at ease. And I said to myself, if I want to be this confident person, how would she act? She would go to something like this. This is how you build confidence. We talked about that in the entire training today. You don't wait until you feel confident to then do something. You take action, and that's how you actually become confident. Yes, it was an investment. I didn't look at it, though, as a 2-day experience. I saw this as this transformation is beyond what's going to happen in a weekend. It's going to impact how I show up in my relationship for the rest of my life. It's going to impact how I show up in my business. It's going to impact how I show up for myself and speak to myself. And because I made that decision in 2018, My business has skyrocketed. Andrew and I's relationship has been incredible. I can express my needs. I feel more confident. But it was because I decided to be her. So I had thoughts too of, I can't do this. It's scary. But remember, fear doesn't mean stop. Fear means go. Right? So I had somebody else. I don't know if she's still on this call. But last year, we actually had somebody fly from the UK. She flew on her own. And initially, she was like, Lorna, I can't, like, I wish you all the best, but like, I'm in the UK. So, like, she completely wrote it off. She was like, I can't attend. I'm literally in the UK. And she told me she couldn't. And then, not too long after, she's like, wait, I can't not be in the room. I have to be in the room. I want to see myself as this badass. I have to make moves that a badass would make. And she flew from the UK. Someone else had a vacation that weekend with their family. It was already booked. She literally was like, I can't come. I have plans. Logistically, it's not going to work. And she messaged me and she said, I can't stop thinking about this. My intuition is telling me, I feel this pull. I can't explain it. I have to be there. But it doesn't make sense because I literally can't. I have a family vacation. We booked this months and months and months ago. And she said, she asked herself a different question. Instead of saying, I can't, how can I make it work? She showed up for one day. She made it work. She flew. She came to the meet and greet. She showed up for one day and she made that move for herself. She's like, this is going to support me. I know this is going to take everything to the next level. So she got in the room. She had the breakthrough. She had the transformation. She had the community. So these badasses didn't say, I can't. That's not in their vocabulary. They asked, how can I? And they made it work. They found a way. They became solution oriented, which is why they become unstoppable. And this could be you as well too. So we are going to have our special guest come up, but I want to share the special bonuses. And even for people who have their tickets, you're going to get this included. And for anybody who decides to come and join us at the in-person event, you are going to get this as well too. By the way, we have 5 tickets left. So this is a 10-person event. We do have 5 tickets left. And actually, someone who had to pop off the call, Andrew, you know who this person is. She said she's getting her ticket. So we will have 4 tickets left at the end of this. But are we ready to see what you're going to get included as a bonus just by saying yes for yourself? Who's excited? Let me know in the chat box. All right, here we go. When you join now, I'm excited for these bonuses. Andrew was almost like, I almost like changed my mind because they're so insane. Okay, you are getting your ticket to the 2-day transformational experience to surround yourself with badasses from around the world. And you are also going to get included with your ticket the Unstoppable Badass 4-week mastermind. This is 4 weeks of private, intimate coaching in a small group. I can hear Andrew whistling. He's like, whoop, whoop. 4 weeks of group, small private coaching with Andrew and I to become unstoppable in your health, in your relationships, in your confidence. This is weekly calls. We are all about action. We don't want you guys to wait an entire month until the event actually happens. So we want you guys to start experiencing this right now. So from May 1st to May 28th, completely free, included in your ticket, we're going to coach you and support you in becoming the unstoppable badass, clearing limiting beliefs, clearing those blocks. So by the time you get to the event, you're already more confident. You're experiencing glimpses of the badass woman that you know that you're meant to be. So the weekly calls will either be me or Andrew. Included in your ticket, which is insane. Last year, we ran the Unstoppable Badass Mastermind. It was 3 months. The investment was $3,000. So this is kind of literally insane. Like 4 weeks of coaching with us is valued at $997. It's included in your ticket. And we don't like to be normal, so we're going to add this for you guys. But that's not all. Are we ready for more? Before we actually do, that's a fabulous prize. Thank you. Aaron's in. Yes, pumped. So excited for 2.0. So from a few badasses that were part of the mastermind last year, I love the call. Program has been so helpful. Mastermind program has been so helpful. It cleared up so much for me with the internal conflict. I don't know why it took so long to verbalize it, but I wasn't sure if it would make sense to anyone. Of course, you understood, help me to navigate these thoughts that were causing to hold me back and make a U turn instead of moving forward. How many of you guys feel like you're like in this U turn? I feel like I have a balanced perspective now, can remove the feelings of guilt and hesitation. Being an unstoppable, badass means I can move forward with my truest desires and intentions. It also means being grateful of all that I currently have. So good. I think more unstoppable badass thoughts and stop myself when I'm not feeling so. I stop, redirect a lot of negative thoughts. I'm trying to own myself unapologetically and remove the need for validation. I'm more open with my spouse, speaking exactly what's coming up for me in the moment, not stuffing things down. Most importantly, speaking my truth, not just surface level. Knowing that I have power over my thoughts, not all thoughts are true. This feels like a work in progress, but starting to really claim that I'm a badass, standing in my power, knowing I can do hard things, that I'm a freaking badass. So, so incredible. Last mastermind in September was when things really started to shift for me. Mastermind last year flipped a switch for me. So much breakthrough. Yes. Okay. So we have a bonus 4 weeks of private, intimate coaching with Andrew and I to become unstoppable. You're also going to be included in a private Telegram group where Andrew and I will be dropping trainings on how to actually be here, whether this be her, whether this is speaking up for yourself without overthinking, clearing blocks where you feel like I'm not good enough, setting boundaries with people in your life, letting go of people pleasing tendencies, taking your time and energy back, serving yourself more than serving other people. All of these are going to be in the moment trainings that are literally going to be in your back pocket to fire you the heck up before the event actually happens. Okay. Then we have one more thing. You're going to get access to a bonus training on how to become the power couple. And even if you're single, how to become the powerful one. So we've had so many people say, you guys have an incredible relationships. I love that you're always on the same page. My partner doesn't really get it. I'm so focused on growth. I want to better myself, but it's hard for my partner to understand. And I want him to be on board. So we're going to really help you navigate that together and feel unstoppable in your relationships. So whether it's intimate life, communicating, communicating your needs, it's going to be incredible. And if you are single, this training is going to help be so supportive because you will know how to become the powerful one and you're going to attract your dream partner. And even if you don't want to be in a relationship, whatever it is, you're going to be certain in yourself who has high standards for yourself. You're going to be so magnetizing to everyone around you, even friendships, the way you speak to your mom, the way you speak to your friends, the way you show up in your career, in your family life. So this is all a bonus for your ticket. Okay. So again, to reiterate, the bonus is 4 weeks of private coaching with Andrew and I, valued at $997, a private Telegram group in the moment, direct coaching on how you can be her, bonus training on how to be the power couple or how to be the power one. This is valued at $1,500 and it's literally insane. It's going to be included in your ticket when you join now. Aaron says the package is insane. These bonuses are off the charts. I love this. Much needed. Yes. Okay. So let's actually, there's still something else, but I want to be respectful of the two people. So we're going to actually pull up two people, two special guests. Okay, we're going to start off with Galia. So Galia came to 1.0 and she got her ticket for 2.0. Let's all just celebrate her in the chat box. And she's not even feeling the best today and she's still here. Like what a badass. So Galia, why don't you come up? I didn't really share what I wanted you to come up on share, but just share your heart. What was your experience like being at the Unstoppable Badass event in person?
Honestly, anything that comes out of you and Andrew is amazing to begin with. And yeah, for those that don't know, I started as a client with Andrew and then Lorna. And then, yeah, 1.0 was incredible. Um, for me, uh, it was about reconnecting with my inner child and my intuition and listening to my instincts. And I thought that I knew what those were. I would say if you haven't jumped at the opportunity, please do, because like that was my experience, but for you, it might be a breakthrough emotionally and mentally, or a mindset shift, or physically. You're going to be challenged in the best way. And like it's been said before during the call, the best breakthroughs come through facing those challenges. And yeah, honestly, yeah, the growth that I've experienced through through your teachings, your learnings, your compassion has been unprecedented. Honestly, I wish there was more of everything, and also like the relationships that were built, the camaraderie, the um just the support and the vibe and the feeling in the room. And yeah, it's mind-blowing. We all, I think, had aha moments like multiple times within like hours of each other. And yeah, I think it's really important to remind yourself that you're doing this for you. And And yeah, I cannot talk this up anymore. Like, yeah, if you haven't jumped, I mean, I'm gonna be on home turf, so I jumped at the opportunity of doing VIP this time around. And yeah, I can't wait to see who shows up this year again and meet those that come up. And yeah, come enjoy Toronto before the FIFA begins and gets crazy.
I love it, Galia. Thank you so much. You are such a light. And you guys, like, these are the people you're going to be surrounding yourself with. Like, just incredible. Yeah, VIP, baby. Like, we're just so excited. So thank you, Galia, for sharing your heart and for coming here. And yeah, the relationships that you built, the safety, like the permission to just be yourself in this room is literally everything. Like, if you just take that away of like, I can just show up and be myself. Holy moly, that's literally everything. Um, okay, so we have one more special guest that's going to come up, and I'm sure she's going to talk about it. But I remember her sending me a message being like, I can't go because, like, I'm not really that confident, or like, I'm scared. And I'm like, that's exactly why you need to go. And she literally then got her ticket, and she, like, no hesitating, no waiting. It's like, if I want to be this person, yes, there's fear, yes, there's doubt. I'm going to shit my pants, but I want to be that person, and I'm going to say yes to myself. So why don't you come up and share your experience in getting your ticket?
Hi.
Hi.
Um, yeah, so when you first asked me to come, my initial like thought was no. Like not because of you or anything, just because of my anxiety and like being afraid to meet new people and yeah, putting myself out there because I have social anxiety and I know I'll be like shaking, but the only way, like at first, and I'll get over it, the only way to grow is to get out of my comfort zone. So, and you've already helped me so much, like with my eating, and you've already changed my life in like so many ways. So I can only imagine what will happen when I meet you in person and attend a 2-day event. And I've never traveled alone before, so that's also pushing me out of my comfort zone. I always bring a man with me, so this time I'm not. But yeah, I'm sure it'll lead to a lot of growth. And Lorna's the best.
Oh, you're amazing. I was like, yeah, we don't need no man. We are these unstoppable badasses. And, like, thank you for sharing that. And I'm so glad you came up and shared that, because I think a lot of the times people think like only confident people go to these things. No, actually, it's the people who it's like, oh, I'm going to shit my pants. I'm a little bit nervous. I don't know. Like those are the people that we want to have at this event, because we're going to build you. We're going to build you into that, being that person who is more confident. Right. And so you don't have to be confident to attend this. Like, in fact, no, it's like, bring all parts of you, the anxiety, the fear, the doubt, the worry. I don't know if I'm good enough. Bring that with you. And we're going to say goodbye to them at the 2-day in-person event. Okay. All right. So let me just do one more thing here. So we're just going to listen to this one thing quickly. And then there's actually one more special thing I'm going to share with you.
It's been an amazing weekend so far. The experience of being in the room with the community has been awesome.
I went into it knowing it would be amazing, and it's gone way over any expectation.
The most important part of being here is to be in person, in the energy that Laura brings.
The meditation and breath work were awesome.
The round of questions that we had at the very end were really moving for me.
Lorna has an amazing ability to create a safe place where everyone can feel seen and understood.
There's just so many things that I've grown in my own personal life and learned, and will go home unstoppable badasses and change for the better.
This is something that anyone should do at least once. Tons of breakthroughs, and anything Lorna puts out there is amazing, and it gets you so much more connected with yourself and others.
She's very gifted at seeing people and helping them understand themselves at a deeper level. It's been amazing and epic and transformative, and honestly, it's really all because of Lorna.
Unstoppable Badass Event 2025! Woo!
It's been an amazing week.
Woo! All right. So there's 2 options for tickets. Freaking love that. Yes, what a vibe. 2025 is incredible. 2026 is gonna be next freaking level. You have the first option, which is your badass ticket. So it's a 2-day transformational experience. Lunch is included both days, and that is $597 with the bonuses of the 4 weeks of coaching with Andrew. All of that is included. Or you can upgrade to VIP, which is the 2-day transformational experience, the lunch, and also an exclusive dinner with me where we're going to have next level conversations. And that is going to be $997 USD. So you can choose the 2-day experience or dinner on Saturday with me as a VIP. Again, when you join before the end of the month, you get these bonuses. The 4 weeks of private coaching with Andrew and I, valued at $997. Private Telegram group where we're going to literally shift you in the moment, valued at $333. The bonus training on how to be the power couple, or if you're single, the powerful one, valued at $197. That value just with the bonuses $1,500, and that's going to be included in your ticket. Now, we aren't waiting. I said May 1st, but screw that. Right? Like I was talking to Andrew today, I'm like, but that's 2 weeks away. So when you join today, when you join now, the mastermind is kicking off next week as a bonus. Are we excited? The mastermind is literally kicking off next week as a bonus. Sure, it will officially be like May 1st, but we reward fast action takers. So when you join now, you're going to get the bonus, even 2 bonus extra calls. Because we're literally going to be kicking off next week as a bonus. So why not start ASAP? So we have 5 tickets. Well, now someone just emailed me who's on the call earlier. There's 5, maybe 4 tickets left. So message me ticket to get your spot. We are so here to support you. There is nothing different between you and people who feel unstoppable. It is just a decision. It's a decision. And I know on these calls, it's really easy to get fired the heck up, but how about after this call? We want you guys to stay in the momentum between now and when the event happens. So hyped up, let's freaking go. So message me ticket. We would love to have you there. Something really special happens when you're in the room and you're around all these people. So we can't wait to have more breakthroughs. If you guys love this experience, you guys are going to freak out when you're actually in person. And what actually happens in the physical room. So we have to get back to our son who I need to feed. And Andrew, thank you for your time again, for dedicating your day. This was a favor that I asked him. I'm like, can you come on my training? Because he just has so much value to give. And thank you guys, all of you. You should say thank you to yourself for dedicating this day as well, too. This day was incredible. I can't believe all your offerings. So blessed to be a part of your community. 2026 is my year of complete transformation. Yes, Brittany is coming to the event. She just said yes to herself. Thank you so much. Courtney, you're so welcome. Thank you so much. Okay, amazing, you guys. So thank you for being here. Please message me if you're ready to get the next step and to get your ticket. We love you guys so much. Have a beautiful rest of your day, you guys, and we will see you guys soon. Okay, bye, guys.